Hello. Oh man, hold on one second. I got a surprise for all of you. Alright, are you ready for the surprise? Here you go. Wait. There we go. Got a new kitten. His name's Charlie. And he's super, super cute. He's a little hyper though, right now. But, he really likes, ow. He really likes to explore. That's coffee. You can't have that. Ow. And yeah, we cut his nails. Well, we got him this week, but like, or exactly a week ago. But we cut his nails because they were really sharp, and even so, it's he's really a still causes me pain, to say the least. Now he's trying to jump on top of the thing. Mm. And expect me to periodically. I don't know if I will or if I'll even remember to do this, but I might just show him on stream every once in a while because he's way too cute. And I tell you, man, with all the fucking news that comes out every day, we need more like I don't know, lighthearted shit, you know? Oh god. All right. So, yeah, so I'm starting early today. Again, I usually start at like 10 o'clock and, 10 Eastern time, but given the amount of stuff I would like to cover, just figured I'd start a little early. And hold on one second, I have to yell at my cat. Sorry about that. Oh my god. He was in the sink. I don't know why. They like go in the sink for a lot of shit. I guess to eat the food, but there's like nothing in there. Oh boy. Um, I guess we can start off here. Oh man, I don't want to start off too. I don't want to start doing a whole segment here. Oh, let's just have a good laugh, okay? Um, well, yeah, okay, let's start off with this. Hold on. You're not going to see anything for a second, so give me one moment to bring it up. Okay. Sorry about the lighting as well on my end. It's like it's kind of dark outside, not because like it's just early, but also it's um I don't know. It's gonna rain, I guess. I don't fucking know. Okay. Yeah, this first thing here made me chuckle a little bit. So these are the Patriot. So if you don't know what the Patriot Fund is, it's basically a group of insecure incels who gather together and are a supposed paramilitary, right wing paramilitary force. And they have training videos, which I feel inclined to watch just to see what we're up against. Okay, you know, we gotta get the inside scoop on how this shit plays out.
Step. Step. All right. All right. I'm gonna be an agitator, so I'm gonna.
Should I call Vanguard Lock then?
Yeah, you should call Vanguard Lock.
Oh, and
look at his throw shit.
And keep in mind, I gotta turn this shit up for you guys. Not for me, because it's gonna blow my eardrums out, but... keep in mind that these are training videos that are meant to, like, serve as two things. One, to recruit people, it's sort of like functioning as like a rallying cry for, like, people who are right-wing, who are dissatisfied with the state of the government. Like, yeah, this is basically a means of trying to call to arms these types of people, but it's also to be like a it's not just a propaganda thing. It's also like hyping people up, I guess, you know. And also, I guess it's supposedly educational. I don't know. But just keep that in mind. It's not just to provide a training video. It's also to get people to feel inclined to want to join this force, the Patriot Front.
You guys don't have shields, but I'm gonna fucking like try to push you and stuff like that. So.
Oh, right, yeah. Where the fuck are they?
Agitator, Vanguard Lock.
Step! Whoa! Whoa!
Step!
Hey, they're having a good old time, okay?
Whoa! Whoa!
Step!
Whoa! Whoa!
Step!
Whoa! There you go.
Love it. All right, yeah.
Okay, that was so fucking funny. Oh my god.
All right.
I guess this goes on a little bit. I haven't watched any of these, so don't worry about me pre-watching anything, because I haven't. I only saw one of these videos, which is a little bit down the thread. But this is too fucking funny.
Cycle back.
What the fuck is this?
Cycle back.
So this does look ridiculous. However, it's important to also recognize the danger that this sort of alludes to. The fact that they're like feeling the need to get together to do these weird arbitrary drills is more indicative of like how psychotic they are, and how like delusional they are about reality. So it's not just like us laughing at them, because I mean, it is objectively funny, but at the same time, it's important to also keep in mind that this is just a manifestation of their delusion about like the state of the country and all that.
Cycle back.
Like, they're insane. What is this drill, by the way?
Cycle back.
No, it's just the other way. You got all this room. You got all this room.
We just turn around.
Yeah, turn around. So.
Yeah, this is the really most... Yeah, I don't know what that was. Like, I don't know what they were trying to do here. Is there any more videos?
On your sides, like so.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's not really a long one. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Is this supposed to like work out your core, or okay, I'm not gonna lie, I've never like seen this before, but this might, I don't know.
Up. Down.
And by the way, is this like a real workout thing, or is this like made up pseudoscience shit? That I cannot possibly imagine that this is productive to your body in any way. I don't know how this builds muscle. Just do like regular push-ups.
Give it everything you got.
Down.
And by the way, these guys who are like this guy like right here, like I guess the drill instructor, like oh my god. I mean, what a job you must have doing that, you know? What the
10-second mark.
fuck?
Hands up.
5,
What the fuck is
4,
this?
3, 2,
These these fucking pussies. Oh my
1.
god. This is the fucking this is like what's like threatening our democracy? Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Second mark.
Keep those hands up.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Like, okay, again, I know like this is again like this is like hilarious and all, but like at the same time, you also have to keep in the back of your mind that like yeah, these people are fucking insane and like they have guns. So like this is like for real, like this is like giving a mentally ill person like a justification for like shooting up whatever, you know? Because in these groups, like they feed off one another. So like it's almost like they radicalize each other in a way just by being there, you know?
Facing an answer file. Now we're facing a free speech.
Who's this grandpa?
Who's also anti-racist.
Up to this point, I've only seen like a lot of like younger guys, you know, like 30s, maybe 40s. This guy is like older at least.
Fascists are just leftists, liberals. Okay?
Wait, what did he say? Fascists are just leftists and liberals?
Alright, so Vanguard lock. Step. Commies. Step. Fascist commies. Step. Step. Step.
This is poor training.
Step. Step.
Dude, what is this?
Step. Step. Switching out. Step. Switching in. Step. Stay in line, guys, in the front. Step. 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 Ben, you have your left arm on his right shoulder. When okay? Alright. Step. Step.
I hate to like engage in phrenology here, but like these guys, like they look like incel. I mean, like they do. They look like incels. And a lot. This is like the gayest thing I've ever seen. Oh, dude, there was actually like another training video I watched a while, or not like too long ago. That was like super gay. I don't even remember like it wasn't long ago though. I just yeah, it was like super like a lot of like homosexual vibes. I don't know. It was like I don't remember, dude. It was wild. What's this now? Wait, hold on. Do you ever wonder what happened after these incels left DC in a U-Haul and got back into their parked cars? They were all destroyed, and I'm like, huh?
What? They got both of our cars. Did they steal anything? No, they lighted up windshields. Most of the cars flash tires.
I need those.
They got both of our cars. What? They got both of our cars. Did they steal anything? No, they lighted up windshields. Most of the cars flash tires.
Oh, sorry about that.
Cars are absolutely demolished.
Forgot about the echo.
All the windows busted out, everything.
They just splat out.
Fucking smashed it.
Wait, why are they like filming this? What is the point?
Yeah, smash.
All right, yeah, I think we understand. Okay, all right. Whew, wow. Oh, dude, hold on. I'm sorry. I gotta show this last. There's so many fucking videos. Actually, hold on. I thought that was it. I guess there's a little bit more here. That's all right. I enjoy a good watching. Is this is this like
Patrick.
is this like for real training? They just look like they're having fun. Like this is all game. Like okay.
Sorry, guys. Section leader had too much coquito last night. Ben!
Also, something else I just realized is like why did these training videos like they're it's like apparently it's like anyone can watch them, right? But like why would you openly show your face when you're a part of a far right militia group? Like, you know what I mean? Seems weird. Um, what is this? I'm sorry, this is like the gayest thing I ever see. I mean, like these guys are like it's really ironic because like they fucking hate gay people, but like look at this. They're like I don't know, man. Maybe they're in the closet and they don't know it. This guy is enjoying the very few moments he has being a top. What the fuck?
Simple as that. Help your buddy up.
Not gonna lie, I'm a little turned on. Anything else that is worth reacting to? Oh, okay. Alright. Cool. Nice, nice. Oh, God. We got our hands full with these people. Um... Okay. I guess we, is there any other memes I'd like to go after before we get into the serious shit? Let's take, hold on, let me just double check, because I'm sure there are. Oh yeah, so, wait, let me just, oh yeah, okay, let me, I guess we'll watch this. I don't really have a strong enough of, well, you know, whatever, we'll just go over it. So there were so there was like a supposedly like a protest or whatever in DC, and there were apparently 16 members of Congress that were arrested for like blocking traffic or whatever. And this was in relation to, oh shit, hold on one second. All right, sorry about that. I know I'm a very professional streamer. um, yeah, so I guess this was in relation to abortion rights, and there's been some shit about AOC like faking being handcuffed or something. So TBH, I haven't actually watched the clip. I have seen screenshots or whatever, but we'll just take a look. Um,
I like to
Yeah, so this is what they're talking about. The fact that she isn't, like, handcuffed or something. She's like, I don't know what the ultimate claim is. They just people highlighting it. Wait, was that Ilhan Omar? Yes, it was. Okay, is there anything else? No. Okay. Now, here's the real thing that happens, okay? Here's the thing that matters. Um, the thing that matters is that she um, was there protesting. That's the only thing that really matters. With respect to being like to faking being handcuffed, I think like what people would say about that is like she's like pretending to be like she's like trying to exaggerate like the sacrifice she's making by fighting for people's rights or whatever. Um, I don't really. I don't think that like who cares. First off, even if that is the case, who cares? But second off, isn't it like normal to like put your hands behind your back when a police officer is escorting you away? Like whether you're handcuffed or not, right? What is the I don't know. Isn't that not procedure? I've never been arrested, so I don't know. But um yeah, like I don't think it really matters, you know. I guess you could say maybe it's cringe, but you know, a lot of what politicians do is cringe just because they are performative for the sake of getting attention and virtue signaling, right? Like virtue signaling isn't inherently bad. Well, maybe it is. I don't know exactly, but like, yeah, I don't know, dude. It's to be honest, I don't really give a fuck. But this has been something a lot of people have been talking about and obsessing with. So whatever, whatever. So that was a nice meme, I guess. Um, let's see. Oh yeah, there's all that shit. Huh. I think that might be it. Wait, actually, I do want to watch this because I didn't see it, and I just figured I would react to it live. Okay. All right, let's go. What's Trump saying now?
I would like to begin by addressing the heinous attack yesterday. Yesterday is a hard word for me. Good. Take the word yesterday because it doesn't work.
What?
Addressing the heinous attack yesterday, and to those who broke the law, you will pay.
Wait,
You
how?
do not represent our movement. You do not represent our country. And if you broke the law, can't say that. I already said you will pay.
What is this? Are these like outtakes? Is this like?
Have defied the seat of dust. It's defiled, right? See, I can't see it very well. Okay, I'll do this. I'm going to do this. Let's go. But this election is now over. Congress has certified the results. I don't want to say the election's over.
I don't want to say the elections, dude. Dude. He's still molding. He's still molding. Over a year later. Jesus Christ. I mean, honestly, Trump is already funny, but if it these blooper reels, you know, like I don't know, it doesn't really seem all that different from how he actually talks, I guess. I guess we can now move on to some real shit. All right, I guess let's do it. Okay, so this morning, supposedly there was a strike. Actually, you know what? I don't even know if this is this morning, but very recently there was a strike from Russia against the Ukrainian port of Odessa, and this is coming right after they had signed a. I guess it was. I don't know if it was an armor, like a peace treaty, or I don't know. I don't know what exactly what it was, but it was. They agreed upon allowing grains to be exported from Ukraine. So, in light of that, Russia has decided to strike the port by which the grains would have been exported from. So let's take a look and read this together because this is, I guess, breaking news. I don't know. All right, so Russian missiles hit Ukraine's Black Sea port of Odessa hours after Moscow and Kyiv signed deals to allow grain exports to resume from there. The Ukrainian Foreign Ministry denounced Saturday's strike as a spit in the face of Turkey and the United Nations, which brokered the agreements. 2 Russian-caliber cruise missiles hit the port's infrastructure, and Ukrainian air defenses brought down 2 others. It didn't specify the damage or say whether the strike caused casualties. It took less than 24 hours for Russia to launch a missile strike on Odessa's port, breaking its promises and undermining its commitments before the UN and Turkey under the Istanbul Agreement. This is really no surprise because Russia has demonstrated a shocking unwillingness to abide by any sort of agreements. And I mean, violating the Minsk protocols, violating the Istanbul Agreement. I mean, they have demonstrated sufficiently already in the past, but this just kind of like puts a nail in the coffin that they don't care too much for diplomacy or anything that doesn't or that serves to be not of the interest of Russia itself. Nikolenko described the missile strike on the 150th day of the Russian war in Ukraine. Spin in the face. Yeah. Yeah, they condemn it. Yesterday, all parties made clear commitments on the global stage to ensure the safe movement of Ukrainian grain and related products to global markets, the statement said. These products are desperately needed to address the global food crisis and ease the suffering of millions of people in need around the world. Full implementation of Russian, yeah. So, like, a lot. So, the Ukraine is a major exporter of grain, and the world benefits from those exports greatly. And during this war, Ukraine hasn't been able to necessarily export the grains safely or successfully. So there has been a rise in prices of food across the world, and this has resulted in more people, starving or getting or who are suffering from malnutrition. During a Friday signing ceremony in Istanbul, hailed the deals to open Ukraine's ports in Odessa, Chernomysk, I can't say these words, so I apologize, to commercial food exports as a beacon of hope, a beacon of possibility. The agreements were intended to clear the way for shipments of millions of tons of Ukrainian grain and some Russian exports of grain and fertilizer held up by the war. Ukraine is one of the world's largest exporters of wheat, corn, and sunflower oil, but Russia's invasion of the country and naval blockade of its ports halted shipments. Yeah, so the blockade is the direct, is the operant factor here with respect to why these exports haven't been taking place. Documents obtained by the Associated Press show the details called the UN-led Joint Coordination Center in Istanbul, where officials from Ukraine, Russia, Turkey would oversee the scheduling and searches of cargo ships. Yeah. The head of Zelensky's office said on Twitter that the Odessa strike coming so soon after the endorsement of the Black Sea deals illustrated the Russian diplomatic dichotomy. This is really, like, disgusting. Like, obviously, you know, like, I don't know. This is insane. Like, think about it from, like, Russia's perspective, even. Like, you signed this deal, right? And you agree, okay, you know what? We'll let exports take place peacefully, right? With these even like some of the ship was like from Russia apparently. And they still can't help themselves. They still need to like destroy infrastructure and destroy the country and to kill people, like, or at least to attempt to kill people. Like, this is barbaric. Like, how, like, just thinking of it from like Russia's perspective, like, I don't know how this necessarily even benefits them. How does this even benefit them? It's just like, I mean, they'll just do whatever to I don't know if it's to instill fear among among Ukraine, or if it's to I don't know what the strategic benefit would be to do that. You know, uh, I'm not like an expert on like war shit or anything, but like, I mean, it just doesn't really make much sense to me, honestly. Because again, like, even some of the shit was stuff from Russia as well. I don't understand it. 13 Russian missiles struck an airfield and a railway facility. Oh, and that's another. One more thing actually. I just feel like Russia doesn't give a fuck whether or not they just want to bomb the entire country to reduce it to ash, because they bomb indiscriminately. Like, they'll, like, I don't know if you guys remember, but like not too long ago they did bomb a shopping mall where there's civilians there. It was just randomly a mall, you know, like, okay, they don't care. They'll target civilian infrastructure, and as much as they like to say they don't, they very much do. They've targeted, you know, residential buildings. They've gone out of their way to target that mall that happened. Maybe it was a month ago. So no, this is very much a clear pattern they have demonstrated throughout the entirety of this war. Also, also in Syria as well. That's another example. Despite the progress on that front, fighting raged unabated in eastern Ukraine's industrial heartland of the Donbass, where Russian forces tried to make new gains. This is so what I'll say right now, like, at this state, right? Like, I feel like Russia was anticipating a swift military defeat of Russia or of Ukraine, but with the sanctions placed upon Russia, in addition to the arms being funded by the entire world, I think that, like, we're at a point where it's a war of attrition, and like Russia needs to make a decision on as to whether or not it is worth throwing everything you have just to control even like the eastern part of Ukraine. Like, I feel like their attempts to siege Kyiv is it's slowly, if not already, evaporated, and at this point it's a matter of securing locations in the south, bordering the Black Sea, as well as the eastern part of Ukraine, where they had funded secessionist groups already. Even there, it's like, seems like there's a war of attrition. Although I will admit that there were some initial advances in the south of Ukraine, near Crimea. But regardless, like, at this point, the fact that it's dragging on this long, and like Ukraine is continuing to receive like arms from the West, like, Russia I mean, there's only like so much shit they can do, right? Um, yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I just feel like this is like it's a matter of a war of attrition and just holding out until Russia is unable to continue the war. But I don't know. I mean, Putin's fucking insane, so like maybe he doesn't care. Uh, Obviously he doesn't care, but like the extent to which he doesn't care, we'll have to see. Um, but yeah, I guess that's. I'm kind of interested how Russia is responding to this. Um, okay, earlier this week, Ukraine bombarded the something bridge across the Dnieper River using the U.S. supplied high mobility. Oh yeah, dude, this shit is like insane. Russia or Ukraine recently received like some like insane like anti-missile shit or whatever, and it has been destroying Russia or the Russian forces. Um, HIMARS, which fires GPS-guided rockets at targets 80 kilometers, 50 miles away, a distance that puts it out of the reach of most Russian artillery systems, has significantly bolstered Ukrainian strike capability. Yeah, dude, like, this is what I mean. Like, if the West continues to fund and send resources to Ukraine, I mean, there is no fucking way that Russia can like sustain this level of conflict. Just from a logistic standpoint. Not to mention the fact that Arabia is sanctioned to the high hell or high heavens. In addition, Ukrainian forces shelled an automatic automobile bridge across the Inhulets River in the village of. Yeah, so this is basically discussing all the shit that's been taking place recently. Yeah, this is yeah, so this even says kind of what I alluded to earlier. Kremlin has concentrated on capturing the Donbass, a mostly Russian-speaking region of the eastern Ukraine, where pro-Russian separatists. Yeah. Um, okay, so the moral of the story, I guess, is that Russia never take them by their word, never trust them, and yeah, fuck them. And not fucking the Russians, by the way, like the citizens. They are just an unfortunate. They are unfortunate to be in the position that they are in by virtue of sanctions, right? However, the leaders of Russia, the oligarchs, and the not even necessarily the conscripts, because like they don't really have a choice, but those leaders and the oligarchs, they can go to hell. They are demons, basically. They honestly might even be as bad, if not worse, than like conservatives within the United States. But yeah, dude. I think that in the long term, if Ukraine is able to stand its ground and is able to, by virtue of receiving resources and military equipment from the West, if that's going to continue, which it seems like it will, then Russia cannot sustain itself in the long term. So, we'll see what happens. But this story is just a reinforcement of the idea that they are not true to the word, um, and they don't give a fuck. They'll do whatever they can in order to both justify and relish in the bloodbath of the war. All right, that was cool. That was cool. Oh boy. Yeah. Oh god. Okay. Yeah, dude, I simply and utterly flabbergasted by a lot of the shit that's going on in this world. Mm. I'm surprised this coffee has stayed as warm as it has been. It usually gets cold, like as soon as possible. Oh shit! Dude, tankies are the most fucking obnoxious people. I swear to God, dude. Like they're as annoying as like I don't even know, dude. They're as annoying as conservatives who bitch about inflation and gas prices. Ah. Um, I'm gonna take a short break here. I'll be back, and I'm just gonna take care of some of my animals, and then I'll be back very shortly. So don't worry. And when I come back, we'll discuss the abortion shit. So hang tight. Let me get some music playing, and I'll be right back. All right, we are back, and we are ready to roll. And my cat looks like he's about to jump, which is nice. All right, so as I stated before the break here, we have a we have to go over a couple of things. We'll make our way to the North Carolina bill in a moment, but before we do, let's actually take a look here at a couple of things that I like to talk about briefly. Let me just pull these things up. Okay, here's the first thing. Get the second thing rolling here. No, that's not that. Okay, yeah, here we go. Now we got the two things. Yeah, so during the week, there were two votes in the House that were of notoriety, I suppose. It was there was one vote that was on same-sex marriage, about codifying that into the law, as well as protection for contraception. And we'll take a look at the results here. The first of which we'll look at the same-sex marriage first. So yeah, okay. Let me just pull it up. All right, good, awesome, terrific. Yep. I don't know why. By the way, I don't know why this happens. Um, do we have it? We have it. Okay. Uh, oh, this is actually contraception. Whatever. We'll that's the one that you guys are seeing. We'll go over this first, I suppose. So yeah, contraception. This is pretty straightforward, right? Access to contraceptives. Now, in light of the ruling on Roe v. Wade, it has allowed states to uh, put unfettered restrictions on abortion, and there are states that are likely going to ban it outright if they haven't already. And I know in like Ohio, for example, there was the heartbeat bill, which is where a woman cannot get an abortion after 6 weeks, or the detection of a heartbeat. And in light of this, it would seem prudent to allow anyone and everyone to have reasonable access to contraception. If you can't like get an abortion, then it seems reasonable to be able to have protection out there so as to prevent getting pregnant in the first place. So that seems like it would make sense, right? But the same people who are against abortion are also against contraception. Now, if we look at here, 194 nays, all of the nays, in fact, were Republican. 8 Republicans actually voted yeah. But regardless, I mean, it passed. And what's weird is like, I guess this isn't really weird or even surprising, but the fact that we are at a point where Republicans they're not just against abortion, they're also against the ability to prevent getting pregnant in the first place. So it's not enough to restrict people's rights with respect to getting an abortion. They also have to make it more difficult to get access to contraception. Why the fuck? How the fuck does that make any sense? I think it comes from a matter of them just wanting to punish women for having sex if it's not for the purpose of getting pregnant. Um, because I feel like these people, um, I don't know. It's just honestly, it's just evilness. I don't know what else to say. You know, they're just pure evil. They don't. First off, they don't want women to have the same rights as men. But not only that, they don't even want them to have the ability to get protection to prevent them from being put into a position where they can't even have the option to get an abortion. They just want women to I don't know. They see them as second class citizens, and this does affect men to a meaningful extent. In fact, the ban on abortion does as well. Um, the because from a male perspective, you are going to have loved ones who are put in it like they can't get abortions, like they have had their civil rights restricted, and to have people close to you not be able to get abortions is sickening to say the least. And additionally, if you're in a relationship with someone sexually, then uh, if they get pregnant, then you're also responsible for the responsibilities associated with the pregnancy itself and the child. Um, Additionally, this contraception bill, although it passed, the notion that many Republicans were opposed to it is really revealing, I guess, to revealing insofar as they are pretty, I don't know, insane, callous, whatever the word may be. But the extent to which this does affect men is similar to that of the abortion ban. Because if like access to contraception is limited or made to be more unnecessarily difficult, then from a male perspective, you are on the hook, I guess, for what happens if you if your partner gets pregnant. Um, this is abhorrent to say the least, and I am frankly. He came to say hi, but he likes my computer for some reason. Um, I'm frankly, I don't know, not really surprised because like Clarence Thomas suggested that that the court should reevaluate access to contraception as well as like sodomy laws and same-sex marriage, stuff like that. So yeah, um, I don't know. They're demons. I don't know what else to say. They hate you. So that is what was voted on. I mean, the good news is, of course, that it passed. However, whether it will pass in the Senate is a different matter. Now, regarding the same sex thing, let me see if I can get that up because I just had it. Okay, hopefully this works. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so with a 267 to 157, the House approves a bill to codify same-sex marriage. 47 Republicans voted for it, which is a lot. All no's were Republican, however. So 157 of the no's were conservatives. However, 47 is surprisingly high. To the extent to which this will pass, like the Senate, I don't know. Actually, I am honestly a little surprised by the fact that 47 Republicans voted for it. Um, and I don't know how much this can translate to the Senate. We'll have to see, I guess. But oh boy, the filibuster is probably going to be a fucking nightmare to deal with this. But you know, I guess it's good that attempts are being made, whether it ultimately ends up, you know, resulting in anything. Attempts being made is good. Um, because I mean, again, like I am somewhat surprised that these many Republicans voted for it, but it is still telling the fact that 157 voted no. Also, this seems like when you like take a step back and think about it for like 2 seconds, it's pretty insane. What are we voting on right now? Oh, well, we're voting on if like gay people can get hurt. Okay, what what is like? How is this like a controversial? Why, you know? I mean, this is basic civil rights. You know, um, I guess like, you know, give these 47 Republicans a lollipop or something. I don't know, because like, okay, you're cool. I guess you're voting in favor of gay people being allowed to get married. That's awesome. This is such a low bar. I mean, I guess. I mean, if you want to give them credit, sure, but I don't know. This seems like a fucking no brainer, you know. However, we'll have to see, of course, if how this plays out in the Senate. But I don't have any high hopes for that because everything dies there. You know, everything dies in the Senate due to largely as a product of the filibuster. But yeah, we'll see what happens though. Maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised. All right. Oh God, we still have a couple things to go through. Okay, let's just move on to this next thing. This the biggest story. Well, not the biggest story, but you know, pretty important. And then after that, I'm going to use the restroom. All right, so I was just recently speaking on the abortion thing, right? Now, there is actually a bill that has recently passed in the House in North Carolina. This bill is shocking, to say the least. So let's take a look. And this really makes a lot of sense to me. Here we go. Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't really do anything, but okay. So this bill, in fact, let me see if I can blow it up for you guys. Okay, that's fine, I guess. So, okay, so this bill is, this was passed again in the House in North Carolina, and basically it makes it so that way pregnant women can get murdered if they want to seek an abortion. And I mean, this is essentially a pro-murder bill, and that's not even like an exaggeration. So what it states here is that life begins at fertilization, which it objectively doesn't, but it is a matter of indisputable scientific fact that a distinct and separate human life begins at the moment of fertilization. As such, the new human life is recognized by the state as an individual person entitled to the protection of the laws of the state from the moment of fertilization until the moment of natural death. Any person who willfully seeks to destroy the life of another person by any means, at any stage of life, or succeeds in doing so, shall be held accountable for attempted murder or for first-degree murder, respectively. Any person has the right to defend his or her own life of another person, even by the use of deadly force if necessary, from willful destruction by another person. That is very specific verbiage here, from willful destruction by another person. So, like, if the life of the mother is at risk because of because of complications with the pregnancy, that wouldn't necessarily follow. That wouldn't necessarily follow. Oh my god, within the purview of willful destruction, because the fetus isn't like choosing to do that, right? So in this case, even if you get an abortion and the life of the mother being at risk, even that apparently would constitute attempted murder. Amazing. The state has an interest and duty to defend innocent persons from the willful destruction of their lives and punish those who take the lives of persons, born or unborn, who have not committed any crime punishable by death. The amendment set out in Section 1 of this Act shall be submitted to qualified voters. Yeah, this is basically saying that if you want to get an abortion, you will be charged with murder. Not even just that. That you will that if you seek an abortion, then you can kill the mother. But yeah, this doesn't make any fucking sense. Which is interesting because like they think like if it's not even like if you succeed, it's also if you attempt to get an abortion, then someone has the right to kill you, which would that doesn't make any sense because you'd be killing the baby as well. So wouldn't that be charged as like a double homicide? I don't know that there's this is a self-contradicting. I mean, conservative ideology is contradictory by nature, and this sort of demonstrates that. Yeah, and also it's worth noting that like yeah, I mean this is probably going to be more directed, and I think I agree with this sentiment. Um, this is going to be like more directed towards like uh more directed like towards the doctors, you know, who are like conducting the abortions, or who maybe even are referring it. I don't know how deep they want to get there, but this is even going to the. I think this is more directed towards them and charging them with murder, but like it's still fucking insane, right? Um, yeah, like Merrick stating here that I just reread this and realized that if they pass this, then Plan B would also be considered murder, which of course is an attempt by conservatives to justify banning Plan B. They think like, and I think I saw this like from like someone running in Alaska, but I can't remember like the name. But they were, you know what? I let me pull it up because I might be able to find it. But like before the Roe v. Wade ruling, there was this woman from Alaska who was basically like, oh, fuck no. Hold on one sec. Oh man, how do I find? Maybe I won't be able to find it. That's a shame. Oh shit. All right, whatever. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to find it. That's okay. But there was a woman from Alaska who basically was running, and she was trying to my understanding, she was trying to make delivering like birth control or Plan Bs or anything like that, make the delivering it through mail a felony by virtue of putting it on a controlled substance list. And this is an attempt, of course, as you know, Merrick highlighted as well. This seems like it's an attempt, at least, to ban any form of contraception and any form of like they want women to get pregnant. That's like the bottom line here. That's what it is. Like they want women to be punished or be disincentivized towards having sex for pleasure. And like there's no other fucking reading of this. Because if you're gonna ban abortion, okay, that's fucked up, of course. But if you're also additionally going to be doing things like trying to prevent access or reasonable access to contraception, as well as making Plan B, using Plan B and charging that as like a felony or a murder or something, you are basically just fully restricting the civil rights, the reproductive rights rather of women. This is the ultimate thing for them, and they seriously do want like just women to, be barefoot and pregnant. So yeah, it's fucking wild, dude. I mean, and again, this affects everyone, not just women. That's an important point to highlight as well. I said this in the other segment, but like, the extent to which this affects other people, or especially men, is the fact that like, you're gonna have loved ones whose reproductive rights are being restricted, and also if you're in a relationship with someone sexually and contraception is made to be less accessible, then like you are gonna have to, I don't know, pull out, or I don't know what to do, man. And Plan B, of course, is the next thing for conservatives to try and outlaw. Yeah, it's just all an attempt, at the end of the day, to punish women for having sexual pleasure and to restrict their rights. They don't want women to, like, I don't know, have bodily autonomy. They don't want them to be able to, because there's some other elements that we can extrapolate from why conservatives are obsessed with this. Because it is, of course, a reinforcement of traditional values. And they don't, because their perception of the roles women should be ascertaining in a society is that they shouldn't be like breadwinners. They shouldn't be autonomous. They are the property of husbands. They are they don't deserve certain civil rights. At this point, we're kind of like approaching like even perhaps a revocation of like voting for women. And I'm not even like kidding either. Like if they're going to go to the extent where they're going to, ban abortion, ban contraception, ban Plan B, why wouldn't they move forward with like more of their extreme positions, like removing the right for women to vote? It's it is it's certainly a possibility. So I don't know what else to say regarding this, but yeah, this bill is really fucking insane, as is a lot of the bills being brought up across the country. Not even just like pertaining to abortion, but in general. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is like a pro-murder bill. I mean, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, that was some doomer fuel for you. Um, hmm. Okay. We can briefly touch upon. Actually, I do want to look. Let's look at this. I expect 100 ads to flood my. Okay. Let me pull this up. All right. So recently, in fact, I think it was yesterday. What the? Okay. Biden contracted the COVID, and it's notable because Biden is very old, and he is a high risk population. So like this could be bad. But at the same time, he also has the best medical care in the world at his disposal. So we'll see what happens. But I just want to read a little bit in terms of how he's doing and what's going on. Biden's COVID symptoms have improved, but his physician said Friday. But the president has taken additional medications to address the temperature and cough. Dr. Kevin O'Connor said in a letter that Biden had a temperature of 99.4 degrees, which is like a slight fever, Thursday evening, which was treated with Tylenol. His temperature has remained normal since then, according to COVID response coordinator. Biden, who had asthma when he was younger, is being treated with I don't know what this kind of inhaler is that he uses as needed. Oh, dude, that's even worse. So not only is he like old, and which makes him more at risk, he's also had asthma as a kid. Oral hygiene as well. Okay. The president has used the inhaler a few times since testing positive, adding that Biden last used an inhaler last fall when he had a cold. Friday's letter states that Biden's suffering from a runny nose, fatigue, and what O'Connor described as occasional, non-productive, now loose coughs. O'Connor has yet to publicly answer questions about Biden's illness, and Jha, who has not personally examined the president, has instead been left to answer medical questions about his condition. Jha said he had spoken with the president on a video call Friday and spoken extensively with O'Connor. The president continues to take Paxlovid, Pfizer's antiviral drug. Biden has stopped using previously his prescribed medications. Okay. In order to prevent a drug interaction, certain medications like Crestor and Elquis are avoided during. Okay, dude, they just like give the guy everything. Everything to fucking fight this. I mean, he is the most powerful person on the planet, but yeah, and that's what I mean when I say like he has he is the best medical care in the world. O'Connor reiterated in his Friday letter that he anticipates that Biden will respond favorably to treatment. Biden Friday continued to work, ate breakfast, very good mood, yeah. Okay. He was not able to relay specific information such as Biden's oxygen levels or his latest temperature. Interesting. They want to be a little more transparent on how he's doing, so that seems reasonable. Okay. So it sounds like he's doing okay. So I guess that's good. Yeah, I guess that's good, yeah. Sounds like he is doing all right. So we are in for some more Dark Brandon memes moving forward. Yeah, dude. I mean, like if he unfortunately if he does pass away, then like the next person up is Kamala Harris, who is that's a roughie right there. She is pretty bad. And oh my god, if she even tries to like if Biden happens to die and if Kamala is I mean she would be, but you know, takes his position as president, then like and she decides to like run, like whew, we're guaranteeing a Republican victory in 2024. That's for damn sure. Oh god. I've seen some shit about oh my god, what is this? No way, dude. Hold on. Okay, so I've been seeing this. I saw this like last night. And I'm like, ugh, I don't know what the fuck it is. Okay, I don't really know what the outrage is. This person, the Women's March updating their logo to include a male head overlaid above two women is the sort of thing dystopian satirical writers. What a holy shit. So yeah, this is of course. So one can presume reasonably, I would say, that this is a male uh, uh, appearing face or silhouette. But this just seems like it's including trans women, right? Because trans women are women. So like there are plenty of trans women who have the facial structures consistent with men because unless they I guess were put on puberty blockers or whatever and like that never fully developed. Um, but yeah, but there are also plenty of trans women who have more masculine looking a more masculine looking facial structure, and also some cis women as well. It's worth mentioning, not obviously as much, but it's worth keeping that in mind. Um, so yeah, I mean, this doesn't seem like it's a big deal. Like, who gives a fuck? The fact that this person is describing it as dystopian is is comical. Dude, literally, look at this in the bio. Are you kidding me? Literally turf. Imagine announcing that. That's like saying you're a fascist in your bio. Wait, what? Being female isn't a white Western beauty standard. I'm screaming. What? Gender ideology seeks to reinforce unequal power dynamics and damaging stereotypes between men and women. Wow, this is insane. Um, yeah. First off, gender ideology isn't a thing, but additionally, um, this is basically like the same thing as like when people are screaming that like giving minorities equal rights is the same as them reinforcing unequal power dynamics. So that's basically a conservative talking point. A lot of people seem, I don't know the extent to which this is the case, but I feel like I don't know, but I feel like a lot of people assume that turfs are like more in the center or if are liberal because like it has like feminist in their name, but they're not. They're just conservatives. Uh, okay, this is rough. Wait, hold on. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. I was gonna say, how does even if you've been on Twitter since 2010, how can you have 104.4 thousand tweets? That's 100,000 more than me, and I've been on Twitter for almost 10 years. That's that is insane. How do people even do this? Okay. Well, anyway, yeah, this logo, I could not care less. I couldn't care less about this. I honestly don't. I mean, okay, they have the male silhouette. Cool. They're being inclusive. I mean, that makes sense. Why do we have to exaggerate things? I swear to God, dude, people just exaggerate to exaggerate, not. It. Oh God. Okay, I got sidetracked. What was I initially trying to look at? Oh yeah. There's a lot of shit going on about Jimmy Dore, I think. Did he like do something? He might have. I don't. He's always saying silly things. I don't know what's. I don't know if anything's happening or not. Oh God. Dude, I'm tempted to watch this actually. It's 12 minutes. All right. Let's let's just do it, okay? I okay, let me show you. Let me show you. Okay. I love the ads, by the way. Nothing brings me more joy in this world than bombarding my day with Minion ads. That is lovely. Okay. So you guys know how like I was going over the AOC shit earlier? If anyone here was here for this, I mean, you can go backtrack on the stream or look back on the VOD, but I was basically looking at the video of AOC, and when they were protesting with the abortion thing, and honestly, I don't think it's like I don't think it was some stunt or whatever. I think it was just like she was walking that way, and she was basically just walking like because like I think instinctively when like you're being escorted away from police, it is like you instinctively just put your arms behind your back for I don't know if it's like an etiquette thing or if it's just like a like a safety thing. It might just be the latter. But regardless, we looked at it and like, all right, who cares? But I'm interested to actually, you know what? I'm interested to see what the argument is here. If it's just laughing, I because it might be. If it's just laughing at AOC and Ilhan Omar, then I am going to re. But maybe there's an argument he's going to make here. Because the only thing that I could think of that like why people would be like annoyed or upset by this is that AOC and Ilhan Omar were attempting to exaggerate their persecution for standing up for the people when in reality they don't actually care about the people. That's the only like counter argument I can think of. But I'm interested to see how Jimmy Dore's smooth brain can interpret this.
I don't know if you saw this. Democrats, including Presley, Omar, Ocasio-Cortez, Tlaib, were arrested.
Why is he talking like that? Does anyone know? I don't know. It seems weird, right?
Oh.
They were arrested.
Oh my gosh.
At an abortion rights rally outside Supreme Court. They were arrested. Look,
yes.
She's handcuffed. Hold on.
I like how she's protesting instead of, making laws as someone who does that.
What? Is this guy retarded? Does he not know that you can protest and pass laws? Is this a joke? It is actually offensive that I have to even like have to listen to such stupidity. That is offensive to me. Holy shit, dude.
You should be in the building, AOC.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a seat of power that's got your name on it.
They need to do something. What are you standing next to?
So here.
Wait, hasn't like the squad like pushed aggressively and has voted for like progressive policies and shit? Like the fact that they don't do it every single second of every single day is that like what is the line here? Like why? Also, I think it's kind of pog. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but like I think it's kind of pog like for politicians to not just be passing shit, but to also be protesting and being in solidarity with the people. I think that's pretty cool.
Here it is. Want to see it happen? What do we do? I don't know if you see.
Yeah.
That kind of blows. She forgot she was pretending to be handcuffed.
Was she pretending though? I think she was just walking. What? Wait, hold on. Does he really think that she was like pretending to be handcuffed and then decided to raise her arm and like blow her cover? What? Okay. This is, by the way, this is a non sequitur. The fact that he's making a leap in his logic by assuming that that she was pretending to be handcuffed is interesting. I think she even came out and said like she wasn't pretending. It was just like how you should like it's just like a safety thing or something. But again, I mean, like Jimmy Dore doesn't care about lying, so like, yeah.
She literally forgot she was pretending to be handcuffed, and when she couldn't help it, when someone yelled something about abortion right, she gave the thing, and then she
Yeah.
quickly put her hands back again, as if she's actually being handcuffed.
She's walking. What is confusing about this? She's just walking. Like when you're escorted by police. Honestly, the more I think about it, the more I'm convinced of this. Actually, when you're being escorted by police, it's not just instinctively. Like people will put their arms behind their back, but also they'll do it for like the safety of themselves and the officer. Like I think, and also, I think sometimes officers will also like request that you do that, just because they want to know that like you're not going to pull something out or something. I don't know. It's more of a safety thing, I think, than anything else.
Now the woman next to her, Kurt, is not faking.
I think AOC had been harassed earlier and didn't want people to look at her Latina booty, so she was covering it up as she walked.
Oh,
sexual harassment is funny, guys. Ha ha ha! Look at her big ass booty. Ha ha ha!
Because she was covering it up.
Yeah.
That's about a video we're going to talk about later. Kurt's jumping stories.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of great AOC.
Kurt's using background information you're not aware of yet. Hang on.
Listen, I'm not mad. I can't date her.
Except I am aware of this background information. Also, this guy is totally molding it and secretly crying at night that he can't fuck AOC.
I'm just disappointed.
No shot.
Yeah.
That way.
So here's another. So you're gonna watch it. Oh my God!
We just watched the same video.
Like this, and now here comes. Is this gonna be Ilhan Omar? Same shit. She's also pretending that she's handcuffed. There's not even a cop anywhere near her. What? What did you say?
Well, to be fair, that video is zoomed, or the camera's a little zoomed in there, so we don't know. But also, again, it's instinctive and I think a safety thing to do that.
She's alone. There's no one near her.
Did she arrest herself on her own recognizance?
She arrested herself.
They're so mad.
I can't move my I'm handcuffed to the chair.
Okay, is this the whole video?
Oh,
because if it is, then this is a waste of my time. Oh, thank God there's a commercial. Holy shit. I know I was complaining about ads a second ago, but Jesus Christ, this is a blessing in disguise.
We all jumped on Joe Biden for shaking hands with ghosts.
I've never been handcuffed by a ghost.
Yeah.
I'm not in the alt-right, and I'm not down like that rabbit hole, so I honestly don't know what they're talking about here with Biden shaking hands with a ghost. I think that's like one of those things that like circulates in the alt-right, because they're always like looking for like cheap gaffes that happen with Biden because he's old, and like I don't know, they focus on a lot of trivial things just to make fun of the people. That seems to be a common thing among like far-righters.
The cop's like, why are you doing this? You don't have to. Okay. Whatever.
Jesus Christ, his laugh is obnoxious.
Here's what Lauren McKenzie says. Watching AOC and Ilhan Omar.
Who are these people?
Pretend to get handcuffed and then both shoot up a single fist in solidarity. Says everything about appearances mattering more than literally anything else in this shitty system we all inherited.
Who is this? Is this someone I should know about? Is this like some... Okay. Is he really just... I feel like he does this a lot, but does he really just pull out like random people's tweets that like conform to his own belief system, and like he just uses that as like evidence or something? I don't know. I feel like he just like pulls up like random tweets that like agree with him and like acts like that's like the popular opinion, or like this is like what the proletariat are like this is how like they feel about the fake lefties like AOC.
You know, Jim, you remember when Dukakis back in the day drove a tank?
All right. Is there anything
AOC.
anything interesting here? Oh, the Babylon Bee.
It's like Wonder Woman had that invisible airplane.
All right, this might be a waste of my time. Is there any arguments here, or is this just like laughing, making fun of? This is honestly what I had a feeling it was going to be like this, but
confirmed it. Maybe she's not doing propaganda.
So you're just posting it without even.
Wait, what's this? Staff confirms this is video of under arrest and in handcuffs. She and other female members were arrested. Interesting. I don't know. That could be fake news. I don't know.
Looking at the 8.
But what's important is that even if this
confirmed it, maybe she's not doing propaganda.
Even if this isn't real, like even if she was like faking, or if she wasn't actually handcuffed, who cares?
So you're just posting it without even looking at the 8 seconds of video or whatever that is?
.org person call her the frequent spreader of misinformation, no matter how much misinformation is it contained in that. But anyway, Ocasio-Cortez, she pushed back, Kurt. Did you hear this?
Whoa, did she put on invisible boxing gloves?
Shut the fuck up. Oh my god, he's more annoying than I thought. Jesus Christ.
Then on Twitter a few minutes later, putting your hands behind your back is a best practice.
Why is that funny? Is there like a joke I'm missing? It's okay. She's responding with a reason why she did it.
Yeah, that and throwing up.
Oh, so wait, you know what? I think this was the tweet I was thinking about. But like, yeah, isn't it like I said, it's not just like a matter of safety. It's also like just instinctual. Like when people, like when you're being escorted from police, or if you're told by a police officer, please, please move to this section or something like that. And some officers probably even request it, right? To do that. But I mean, okay. Even if they're faking it, like who gives a fuck? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I honestly don't care. I don't care. I mean, the reason why I care to the extent that I'm reacting to this content is because people like Jimmy Dore like to exploit these things as a means of further pulling people, including disaffected lefties, to the alt-right. So to that extent, I do care, and I think that these people are terrible, like Jimmy Dore.
Up a power fist too. Is that part of it?
Power fist.
What?
Hold it on your back, then throw your fist in the air the way cops like it.
Yeah, cops love it when you're faking being handcuffed and then power fist. She literally
avoid escalating charges. Yeah, raise your fist to the cops. And
wait, they're literally not even responding to her. She said, "Putting your hands behind your back is best practice while detained, handcuffed, or not, to avoid escalating charges like resisting arrest." Yeah, wait, hold on. That actually makes a lot of sense. Are they? They're not actually responding to what she's saying here. They're just making fun of her. So there's like actually no argument, right?
See if you don't have escalating charges with your fake handcuff.
She was afraid. She was afraid she was going to get escalated charges.
She didn't say that. She said that it is best practice in order to avoid getting escalating charges. That doesn't indicate that she was afraid of it.
Which is why she was fake being handcuffed.
And she wasn't faking. It wasn't like a handcuff thing. She was just doing it to, like as she laid out here, to avoid, perhaps getting resisting arrest, or it's probably just best practice. I don't know. Like, who cares?
They're afraid of escalating charges on the most famous congresswoman in the Congress.
I can't.
Do they not think that? Do they not think that like politicians could get arrested for like simple shit? Like it happens all across the country. I mean, of course, Ocasio-Cortez is much more popular, but like still, it's still something to look out for.
What would she do if she had to go to jail for resisting arrest? How could she ever fight back? She's only being videotaped by every human being in that place.
What?
How could she ever defend herself?
What is the point here?
She has to fake do that. I've never heard of that. It's best practices.
It's a best practice. So, I mean, the wormy corporate talk, because that's what that is, that stupid fucking, that's best practice, like the cops. Well,
God, I can't get over how fucking triggered these people are. It's insane to me. Like, who gives a fuck? oh my god. Who cares? Who cares? Even if she was faking being handcuffed, who cares? You can maybe argue like it's a little cringe, but they're dedicating 12 minutes to talking about this and like laughing and like, oh my god. These people are so fucking unserious. I just can't get over how trivial of a matter this is, that they are seeming to explode to a larger thing than it is.
Best practice is not letting the children die. We call that best practice. Like,
I don't know what he's talking about.
Guess who fell for it? Of course, fucking dummy.
Oh,
Of course.
All right, yeah. By the way, if you don't know, Jimmy Dore has a huge hate boner for TYT. And also has a massive boner for, like, actual boner for Anna Kasparian.
3 fucking minutes later, this got sent out by AOC's office.
no.
Ocasio! Look at that explanation.
Wait, do they not know where the money's going? So a $3 contribution to abortion access groups right now. Yeah, not to her, to like the larger thing that she was she was protesting for.
Ocasio.
Wait, these guys are so fucking retarded. I can't do it, dude. I can't do it. This is too much. Way too much. Oh my god. So first off, the person that they're showing on the screen, I did a protest, pay me please. That's not where the money's going. And it even says it in front of them here. Rush a $3 contribution to abortion access groups. Right now, to show Congress we stand with AOC and hashtag we won't back down. And they think, oh, it's going to Ocasio-Cortez.
That's Ocasio. Yeah.
Alexandria was just arrested by Capitol Police outside the Supreme Court during an abortion rights demonstration. Rush! $3 contribution for abortion access group.
Her wrists are now covered in invisible bruises from the invisible handcuffs being too tight.
And then this woman got a good...
Wait, hold on. That wasn't... Okay. It's whatever. I don't really care. These people are so fucking stupid. I can't even, like... It's hard to even, like, respond to them. It's basically... It's like they're like literally lying in front of everyone. It's like through implication here. It's amazing.
Laughing. I don't know who this woman is. Rita.
Oh, wait, there's jokes. I forgot.
No.
Oh no, there isn't. You have this in the other story. It's the same picture from the other key.
The Smollett sisters, she called them. That's a pretty good joke. I don't know who that is. She's probably some crazy.
Oh god, I'm just looking ahead, and Jesus Christ, they get into something else that's cringe as fuck.
Well, handcuffed to each other. Right?
Yeah, yes, they're visually handcuffed. There it is. There's that joke by the Babylon Bee. But you know, this is all her just virtue signaling.
Yeah, I love this.
I mean, that's what that is. That's she doesn't give a shit about those kids because there's more kids in those cages than were when she took that picture, and she doesn't.
So I like to highlight something here. So what's interesting to me as a supposed lefty, as a supposed lefty of Jimmy Dore, why is the primary focus of his commentary here with respect to this image? Why is it about the performativity of AOC and not about the policies that have put children in concentration camps? What, like, you know what I mean? Like, the focus is not what she's responding to or, you know, being, like, because, of course, this is like a photo op, right? That's fine. I think there's even been conservatives who have claimed that this is not actually an ICE detention center or something, and that was debunked because it was, like, the easiest shit to debunk. I am not sure if Jimmy believes or has believed that. I wouldn't be surprised if he has. But the interesting part here, and I guess the more revealing part, is the fact that he is more focused on the virtue signaling of AOC here, as opposed to the policies, again, that have led to children being put in concentration camps. Why is... Because honestly, of course, this is a photo op, obviously. And sometimes, you know, politicians need to do, like, sometimes being virtue signaling. I don't even know if this would even count as virtue signaling, but suppose it does. Sometimes it is necessary to do things like this in order to both draw attention to and signal support towards fighting against certain things. Now, it's just weird to me that that what he is criticizing here is AOC's performativity, as opposed to, of course, kids being put in cages.
Doesn't ever bring it up.
Parking lot? She wasn't even facing the thing. That's like the parking lot or something.
I don't even know, but the
Oh yeah, and that's objectively wrong. It was I guess we'll see what this guy says here, but like I mentioned, there was like rumors going about that this was like not actually an ICE detention center, which was debunked.
Point is, she doesn't. That the more important point is that she doesn't ever bring this up now since Joe Biden's been elected for a year and a half.
Has she not? I feel like, first off, I think that immigration to some extent has gotten better under Biden. But why? I feel like if I were to dig into her tweets, I mean, I could be wrong. I'll take the L on this, I guess. But I feel like she still has been advocating for like immigration reform and stuff. Since like 2021, I'm sure she has signaled support in some capacity.
She's had time to grieve.
Yeah, obviously she got over it.
She's working past it.
What?
And of course,
And we showed up. People.
And of course, you remember when she was confronted about her. This is another stunt she did.
Wait, you know what's? Oh my god, dude! I just remembered. It's so fucking ironic that Jimmy Dore is claiming the virtue signal point against AOC here and saying that she's pulling stunts, but at the same time he literally led a Medicare for All rally, which amounted to basically nothing, and also was used as a proxy to just criticize the squad. It's so fucking funny, dude. And like, ooh, man, stones in glass houses. Am I right?
That Cenk Uygur fell for. But we're going to get to that in another video. But there you go. AOC and Ilhan Omar.
Oh, he didn't even show the video.
Are they handcuffed?
All right, yeah. I honestly feel disgusting that I even blessed this man with a view by reacting to his utter nonsense. I don't know. I probably lost 10 years of my life having to submit my brain to such retardation. This is honestly insane. And by the way, it really speaks volume to the fact that Jimmy Dore, as is the case with other people who are like Jimmy Dore, that they don't actually care about working class people. They don't care about any of that shit. What they care about is criticizing and criticizing the squad, criticizing Democrats, while not criticizing Republicans, and pulling people to the alt-right. That is their primary concern. That is, Jimmy Dore's primary concern. And it is completely disgusting. And, this is like, and sometimes, we'll see cases where these grifters will use like really trivial like things and blow shit up way beyond where it should be, so as to use it as ammunition to make people more inclined to believe that people like AOC don't give a fuck about the working class. That is my impression, and that is a tactic that grifters like Jimmy Dore use, I think. But anyway, Jesus Christ. Like, I mean, I skipped around a little bit in that video, but like, I feel like a lot of it was just going to be, it was going to take years off my life if I watched it through its entirety. Oh man! All right. Well, that was something. Yeah, there's something else I wanted to watch. I don't know how much I should watch this though. Okay. So, yeah, we'll go through this, I think. Oh my god. Oh shit. Okay. Why are there so many commercials? Jesus Christ. Okay. We're gonna watch something. And honestly, I might play a game while I watch it. Because I need some sort of like, I don't know, distraction. Hmm. Oh boy. I don't know actually about this. Well, I guess we can watch a little bit. It's fine. Okay. So you guys know how like conservatives freak out about they freak out about like a lot of stuff. And one of the biggest things that they are freaking about right now is Disney and grooming. And what we're going to watch here is an example of a channel that is subtly pulling people further to the right. Now, the extent to which that this is intentional, I can't necessarily speak to because I don't have a full, like, I don't really know this channel thoroughly to ascribe malintent, but I think that it'll be interesting to watch this video here. These guys talk for a while. Wow. Oh, it's only like 28 minutes. Oh, okay. I thought it was like longer. All right. Well, then I guess we can watch it. Yeah. So let's take a look here. Now, this channel. Let me pull up the screen here. Okay. That is the video we will be watching in a moment here. But the channel is called Knights Watch. Now, if we look at the About section here, we are the Knights Watch, guardians of pop culture and fandom. Here you will find reviews, news, breakdowns, and discussions, skits, gaming, and tabloid role-playing with other shit, right? Now, this is a fairly popular channel, I would say. Perhaps not to the levels of like some other YouTubers, but I think that has enough of a following that it is meaningful. Now, if we look at some of the videos, some of them seem pretty like I guess like innocent or whatever. Like doesn't really indicate much. But like something like your bombs and it's your fault. That could be a little sussy. I'm not quite sure. And a lot of this seems like pretty engrossed in nerd culture, which is like fine. I mean, it's not a big deal. I mean, I used to be sort of like a cinephile myself. Oh wow, they've even reviewed like the Halo. Dude, they're reviewing the Halo series from Paramount. Are they like okay? Are they like masochists? Yeah. It seems like a lot of this is actually pretty innocent. But there was one video that I want to criticize. I'm not going to go through this shit, by the way. I can tell whether something is a little... Oh, wait, hold on. Kyle Rittenhouse, the movie here. Or what it could look like. That's interesting. I wonder what that would entail. How they frame this. Okay, but there is one thing I do want to discuss. There is one video specifically that I want to highlight. And I think it reveals a little bit about their politics. And to some extent, I would say also their intentions, but we'll see. Disney wants to raise your kids. Their not-so-secret grooming agenda in Baymax, Lightyear, and more. Yeah. So, like, you have all these fucking videos, right? Now, they're pretty innocent, like, looking. I'm not going to go through them and, like, try to see, like what shit's happening. but this is like an outlier here. This is like, yeah, I don't know. This is like, whew, this is bad. We'll watch a little bit, and I think that it could be useful for the sake of identifying the ways in which people disguise themselves as like one thing when in actuality they're trying to push a particular political predilection amongst their audience. Now, this could just be me fearmong or being over exaggerating and shit like that, but I think that even if this is an isolated thing, I think it could do damage to people, and definitely instill sort of a animosity towards like, or a welcoming, I would say, to traditionalist values, which I am staunchly opposed to. Now, let's just watch a little bit of it. I don't know if I'll watch the whole thing. They might talk in circles, who knows? But let's go.
Like and comment and basically engage as much as you can in these videos.
And keep in mind, I don't know shit about these people. I saw this thumbnail, which is quite the thumbnail to say the least, and the title, which is really cringe. But we'll see their perspective, and I'll hear them out. Maybe, you know what? Hey, maybe I'm totally wrong about this, but we'll see. Okay.
Because it brings us back up to the top.
Yeah, and it actually does legitimately help the video get noticed by the algorithm, and so this is considered an interaction.
Yeah.
So comment for the comment's sake, but we love to read your thoughts as well. Liking and great,
all other good stuff. And if you are able to, heading over to Patreon, subscribe stuff.
All right, come on, let's get to the
One of the ways
meat.
in which YouTube can try and strangle out content it doesn't like on its platform is by unprioritizing it, because
Dude, there's
paying everyone. And
how long are they going to talk about this?
we have to look for different work and in which we can still flourish on, which you can get the content you want.
Okay.
The way you could support us at the moment. It's a result of seeing signs.
Oh, here we go.
This is an interesting video, but it's a result of seeing signs more and more lately.
I've seen some very blatant ones recently that aren't really.
Yeah.
So it's right on the wall, but it's a bit too clear for my liking.
Yeah. What are some of the before we give the examples, basically, not only Disney, but Disney is on the forefront now, wants to try and raise our kids for us. There are things that it feels you kids need.
I'm going to look at this as like an opening statement, okay? So the central claim here is that Disney wants to raise our kids. Now, I expect to see some sort of example of this. I really don't know how one would be able to prove such a claim. Yeah, how would you even prove such a claim? But well, let me, again, I'll hear them out. But I am already getting some sussy vibes here.
To know, believe, and adopt growing up everything that it's going to take upon them to teach, because it doesn't believe parents, one, have the right to raise their kids the way they want.
So the first point here is that Disney doesn't believe that parents have the right to raise kids the way they want. That is gonna, oh boy, you're gonna have to substantiate that point, dude. How is that happening?
And two, doesn't agree with the way that many parents are raising kids.
The extent to which the second point is true, I think there might be some truth to it, because Disney is more pro LGBTQ plus than like your average conservative. So that logically necessitates that parts of their audience hold traditional values, and may not be supportive of gay, trans people, what have you. And so, yeah, I guess that to that extent, it makes sense that they would disagree, but it's disagreeing. See, like, they're kind of describing Disney as a holistic entity, as like a person, sort of. And I don't know, I feel like they're kind of personifying Disney, and when in actuality, it seems like they're making these decisions based upon the, like, what's going to make them the most revenue. We'll get a little bit more into this, and then I'll provide more rebuttals, but that's going to be more of my counter argument here, is that Disney isn't necessarily, they're not even grooming your children, but they're providing representation of a marginalized group of people for the sake of appealing to a broader audience. And this in turn results in them being, you know, getting more revenue. So it's really a business decision as much as it is an ethical one.
I'm conservative, I'm religious as well, and so there are values and important things that I want my kids to understand growing up that Disney disagrees with, so they're going to try and take it upon themselves to do it.
And there are things right now, being newlywed, one day I'm going to have kids,
Mhm.
and there's stuff that me and my wife watch that is obviously we think is pure and innocent and worldly, like, oh, kids would love this one day, and then I actually do watch, and I'm terrified, and I don't want them to be on the internet or anything. Like,
I don't know what terrifies this man about Disney. Yeah. A grown-ass man being terrified of children's cartoons. I don't know what that could possibly be referring to. I don't know.
Literally, it's gotten to the point that anyone who is a parent or wants to be a parent, you need to understand now that you can't trust them with this. Like, as a parent, I am not kidding. I've gotten to the point where I've had to parental block Disney kids on their devices. I could not even, like, even the content, and maybe this should have been obvious, I should have figured this out early on, but the content that was supposed to be G-rated for kids and everything like that, safe for kids and stuff, no, they will inject what they want into kids' media as well to try and counteract, and it's just so sure parents need to be.
Wait, what the fuck is he talking about? He isn't being specific. He's speaking abstractly. I don't know what he's specifically referring to. What does he mean, inject into your children's media? Like, what does that mean?
So vigilant. And so I've literally had to do that. Like, they can't watch anything now, basically, without my pre-approval. I mean,
but wouldn't that be the case whether or not whether it's Disney or something else? As a parent, I think it's important to screen what you're exposing your children to prior to exposing your children to that thing. It's the responsible thing to do. Because like these children's shows, as much as they are directed towards children, it is also, I guess implicitly, designed for adults insofar as it's trying to like suggest to like adults that like, hey, you know, this is a carefree show, this is safe for your child, whatever, you know, so on and so forth, right? I think it's important as a parent, whether it be Disney or not, to screen what your children are watching and monitor it and make sure that they're not consuming unsafe or inappropriate content. So regardless if it's Disney or not, that should be the case anyway, right?
It got even worse at a danger moment at one point.
Oh,
which,
shit.
I don't know how it happened. I think we assumed that there was parental locks on everything, but one of our kids must have gotten one of the other tablets or anything like that and started surfing Netflix, not in kids.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Wait, what's that have to do with Disney? That has to do with you failing as a parent to monitor your child. Like your child was able to get a tablet or some other device and was able to scroll through Netflix, not the child's Netflix. Okay, what's that to do with what's that have to do with Disney? That's on you, buddy.
Yeah. Luckily, nothing went too far, but that just...
Does this really warrant such a strong reaction? I mean, he's acting like they're watching like hardcore BDSM or like I don't know. All they did was scroll. Did they? He said even like it didn't go too far. Like what were they exposed to on Netflix? Like I know like Netflix is like, you know, geared towards like adults and shit, but it's not like inherently inappropriate, right? And again, how does this relate to Disney?
You have no idea how much that affected me.
Wait, really? Because they scrolled Netflix? Oh boy, all right. Well, hey, maybe you shouldn't have left your shit, you know, unsupervised. And yeah, I don't know. That seems like a you problem, not a Disney problem.
The fact that it's so friggin' easy for some of the most innocent among us to be exposed to some of the most vile, degenerate crap.
What is he talking about? He's really, and honestly, I think he's actually like worked up about this. And again, this is Netflix. Right? He said Netflix. I'm not like mishearing him. Because the premise of the video is about Disney, right? But now he is saying vile shit and it's pertaining to Netflix. So I don't understand the connection here.
I can't. And it gets like you see, even in advertisements, it's like even billboards and crap. The world is.
Why is he so
adamant
scared?
in trying to corrupt, and like not the world, but the worst among us. So adamant to try and corrupt everyone to be like them. Misery loves company, you know, all that stuff, and so much so.
Again, we're speaking abstractly here. He's not necessarily pinning down specifically what this degenerate crap is. Yeah, he's not being specific. And it is a little sussy-wussy. Usually because when people refer to injecting degeneracy in our media, it's heavily loaded with Nazi affiliations. Yeah.
We're going to have a different video talking about this type of corruption in a more broad sense, where this is more focused on kids' media and what's happening with Disney and some of the examples that we're seeing. So what were some of the specific examples you've seen recently?
Oh, so my wife watched this Disney movie.
Why are these guys so distraught?
So she has a fond nostalgia for Disney movies, and there's this new show that came out. I forgot the name of it. I can even look it up. But it's like High School Musical, but there's zombies, werewolves, and aliens.
Okay.
And in the most recent movie, there's a non-binary alien who is romancing one of the other characters.
Okay.
And the way that they portray messages in the show,
dude, they're such pussies. They won't just like say it outright. They have to dog whistle. So he says messages. What he really means is portraying egalitarianism within their media, and by that, it's referring to, of course, like representing non-binary people, representing homosexual relationships. These guys are fucking pussies. They won't he won't actually admit it outright, but he does have to dog whistle it so as to make his audience sort of, it's kind of like spoon feeding it, right? Because if you say it outright to an audience that isn't necessarily privy to the more extreme rhetoric in general, then it's basically like priming your audience is what's happening here. But he's doing so through the usage of dog whistles.
Was like,
but also what they're trying to normalize. This is one of the biggest issues. This comes to some fundamental issues because one of the biggest things Disney is doing is what they call their gay agenda, where they are injecting and pushing.
Notice the terminology he's using, by the way, injection. So when we think of injection, it seems like it's because there's a lot of medical sort of connotations with that. When I think injection, I think I'm being like, forcefully against my will, injected with something, like I'm strapped down to a chair, like, and I'm being injected with something. Now, this could be me being like, I don't know, autistic, but like when I hear that word, it seems to me that it's attempting to evoke fear. This injecting of a gay agenda or what have you. It's of course just notice the terminology that is being used throughout this video. I feel like it's going to continue to happen. Where they use such terminology to evoke a particular feeling and to supplement that feeling with not just fear, but with like outrage or whatever else that is complementary towards their ideology.
LGBT media themes in kids' content to a massively invasive degree, okay? This isn't a quote. There's been someone who works for Disney who actually legitimately said that they are putting gay in everything. Now,
I think I've read that quote that he's referring to. Yeah, I think I did, actually. It was one of the producers, I think, on Lightyear. And I don't believe she said inject it in everything. I think that she said, because I think the woman that they were talking to that like said that was part of the LGBTQ community herself. But like, it's not injecting it into everything. I think it's more just representing or trying to push for further representation among a minority group. And yeah, I would have to double check that quote. Maybe she did say she want that Disney is attempting to put gayify everything. And even if they did, I think that's a prerogative as a private company. Not only is it their prerogative, but it's also, I feel like, necessary given the fact that we've lived in a heterosexual a heterosexual dominated society for a long period of time. I think that it could be okay, to like go on a to allow representation of gay and trans people in media, in children's media, including that. I think that's totally fine. There's nothing harmful about that.
This is the thing, okay? I don't have an issue with people living the way they want to live. In actual fact, I would fight to the death.
I highly doubt that.
Okay? One of the fundamental tenets of my faith is the freedom of choice and protect.
And Disney has the freedom of choice to allow gay representation in their media, including children's media.
That freedom of choice is essential, but that does not mean.
Also, keep in mind, if he doesn't like this shit, then he just doesn't have to watch Disney. You know what I mean? Like, if conservatives don't like this shit, they don't have to watch Disney. That's something to keep in mind as well. However, the reason why they are concern trolling about this is because they think that the representation of gay and trans people within children's media is intrinsically grooming. And they believe that this is a form of degeneracy that therefore should be ameliorated to the largest possible extent. They see it similarly, I think, just by the way they talk. I feel like they see this similarly to like child exploitation, and it's baffling to me.
I believe every single choice is equivalent. I'm going to teach my kids and encourage them to grow up into the lifestyles that I believe will give them the most happiness. That's my prerogative as a parent. Absolutely it is. And of course I believe in traditional values and things like that. Look, if one of my kids end up having issues with either gender dysphoria or same-sex attraction, I'll love them the same no matter what. But the fact is, the LGBT community is so convinced that there is an element of nurture that can affect people indulging in different lifestyles, okay? The fact that
what does that mean?
So much higher, like, actual results of people either having gender dysphoria or same-sex attraction from those households, children being raised in those households, has a shockingly high percentage of that versus conservative households, shows that nurture does have a part of it, okay? And if there's any influence that I can help my kids grow into life where they can actually find someone they love and conceive life with the person they love, that there's so much happiness and joy to be found in that. I'm not discounting the wonderful blessing of adoption, which is incredible, but I think we understand there's something uniquely special about that relationship. And it's also the fundamental underpinning relationship of the human race, all right? So, I mean, no matter the way you look at it, all right, traditional relationships help grow the human race better. I'm not saying other relationships can't help, or benefit society. I actually think they can. But the best, most efficient way is, of course, the traditional, wholesome household.
This is demonstrably and empirically false. Children growing up in same-sex households are no more predisposed to criminality or mental illnesses than children growing up in heterosexual households. This is demonstrably untrue.
Children being raised by a mother and father, okay? That's what I want to encourage. That's what I want to instill in my child as the normal. And if there is stuff outside of that, they need to understand where the exceptions are.
I think that as a parent, maybe it's just because I'm more pro-freedom than this guy, but if I were a parent, I would want my child to explore everything and then come to terms and to accept who they are based upon their own experiences. I think that it is okay for your child to explore their own gender identity. I also think it's okay for them to explore their own, what they like in the world, like just generally. I think it's okay. Of course, now I have certainly an influence upon my child just by virtue of being their parent, right? And the things that I enjoy and the things that I do will probably to one extent or another rub off on my child. And but at the end of the day, I think that it's more important to allow the child to have the freedom to explore whatever they want, whether it's to explore their gender identity or their religion, or no religion. I think that's totally fine. And now that's like every parent's different, whatever. But I'm not so arrogant to think that I'm going to instill these values into them. Like I look, I think there's certain values that are fundamentally good. Respect others, help others who, if you have the capacity to, treat everyone, with respect, um, like things like that, right? Like fundamental things. I think that's totally fine. But in terms of like other like things such as like religion and like who you're romantic with, I think that is, for the most part, that is like more of a individual thing, right? And also, I think a lot of kids just grow up just. I think there's a certain element to nature with respect to sexual orientation. I don't want to get too bogged down on this, but the main point here is that as a parent, for me, I would just let my kids decide who they are on their own terms. I will implore them to explore like their own identity if they want to. But yeah, I'm not so arrogant to assume that they want everything that I want, right?
That's the context. Exceptions and normality is important in children's minds specifically because children will naturally gravitate towards what is normal. And then if they are, special, unique, whatever, they're individuals, okay? And there are many things that I'm outside the box and not normal. People are individuals. And if they end up being outside the box in any other way, I'm going to embrace and love them no matter what, okay?
Okay.
But there is an element of influence, and instilling what is normal is very important.
Whoa, wait, hold on. He said instilling what is normal. What constitutes that's normal? Is that what he said actually?
An element of influence, and instilling what is normal is very important.
Yeah, what does normal mean? Is normal not being gay? Is normal not being transgender? What is normal in this guy's brain? Because normal is relative. And I don't know. That's a weird way of phrasing it.
And guess what? Disney knows this, LGBT community. Why do they think they're trying to shift the normality? What is normal in the world? Because they want the world to reflect their way. This isn't about inclusion.
Oh, no. So I see the issue here. And this is a common thing among conservatives. They think that the representation of a minority group or the advancement of said minority group's civil rights is equivalent to overtaking the predominant hegemonic demographic. That is not the same thing. Now, with respect, heterosexuals have dominated for forever, basically, popular media. And the extent to which we are witnessing now a shift in acceptance towards gay and trans people and so on and so forth has been manifesting itself within media, and businesses have been showing, or at least signaling, support towards those groups of people. And I think that's totally fine. And just because that's happening that's more ubiquitous today doesn't necessarily mean that it is overriding what's happening, what was traditionally the case, right? I think this is just more of a matter of like egalitarianism. I think that's a very important thing in this world. And the notion that advancing a minority group's civil rights or their representation within media is not egalitarian just seems odd to me.
Inclusion and acceptance. I will teach my kids to accept everyone. I accept everyone so long as they're not harming others or taking away the freedoms of others, okay? You love and accept them and you don't discriminate. Well, actually, sorry.
Wait, yeah, dude, this guy had a slip up. Actually, wait, no, I do want to discriminate. My bad. Because he doesn't actually have a problem with that.
The discrimination thing gets misunderstood.
Oh, dude, no way. Did he just say that? The discrimination thing gets... Wait, what was the exact phrasing there? Hold on.
Sorry, the discrimination thing gets misunderstood because...
Oh, no. Okay, let's dig into this. What's he gonna say?
For instance, I was very discriminating in choosing the wife I wanted to marry. Okay.
Wait, hold on. Tolerance will reach such a level that intelligent people will be banned from thinking so as to not offend the imbeciles. Yes.
If there were certain people that didn't achieve my list, I would discriminate against them and not date them.
Wait, what?
Okay. If there were certain people that didn't achieve my list, I would discriminate against them and not date them.
Wait, that didn't achieve his list? What is he saying? First off, that wouldn't be discrimination. I don't think. That would just be disrespectful.
Okay, so of course a level of appropriate discrimination is needed in proper judgment and everything like that.
Wait, no, it's not. Discrimination is intrinsically based upon one's, like, characteristics as a human. Like, their race, well, I guess it doesn't have to be intrinsic, but, like, it could be their race, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity. So, no, discrimination is bad, actually.
But I'm saying for immutable characteristics and other things like that, for, representation under the law, treating people good and everything, of course, that's where you don't discriminate, all right? I think that's obvious, and I'll be teaching that.
Wait, hold
on. But I'm saying for immutable characteristics and other things like that, for, representation under the law, treating people good and everything, of course, that's where you don't discriminate, all right? I think that's obvious, and I'll be teaching that, and that's what I practice as well.
This guy is all over the place.
False lie that this progressive movement, Disney, is trying to say is that unless you embrace and not only celebrate, but promote it, you must promote it, you are a bigot. That's what they're trying to say.
No, they're not. They're just advancing the representation of a minority group. They're not they're not saying additionally, also, if you don't like it, then you're a bigot. Like, when was that? That's a separate fucking comment. That's even a separate argument. Like, why is it with these fuckers that they think, like, representation of a minority group is the same thing as superseding the rights and representation of the hegemonic values or the hegemonic demographic? And why is it also that they, like, I just don't understand this logic here. They think that, like, when did Disney specifically say you're a bigot if you do this or that, right? Like, that's not happening.
They're trying to say that all this narrative, all the LGBT, agenda, is not only equivalent, and I don't think I can be fully accepting, you can be fully accepting by acknowledging the difference, saying that there is not an equivalence here between a relationship which can conceive life and a relationship that can't. There is a biological non-equivalence there. Okay, these things actually aren't equivalent, but that the lie is then that you would then be discriminatory against people who are in different. That's the lie. It's not true at all. I would not discriminate against people in other relationships.
What is he talking about? Like, he's like rambling at this point. I don't even know what he's saying.
So I'm friends with. Of course, I have friends that are gay and everything. I have friends that are trans as well, and all that stuff.
I can't be bigoted. I can't be homophobic. I have a gay friend. I can't be racist. I have a black uncle.
And I get along really well. These sometimes can be really good people. Or they can sometimes be crap people because they're just people, okay? So this lie of people pushing is this, that if you don't accept it as equivalent, and even further, if you do not celebrate and push it.
No, hold on. That's not what's happening. It's not. So there's a lot of, like, so there are, as is the case with every demographic, there are good and bad people. To discriminate someone is to take a part of their identity, whether it be their gender identity, their race, or some other element, to take that and use it as a means of preventing them from, buying from the same stores as the hegemonic demographic. Or it's not even just structural discrimination, but obviously interpersonal, which, it's just taking a part of their identity. It's not like the same thing as, like, saying there's good and bad people, because there are. There's good and bad trans people. There are good and bad gay people. However, to discriminate is to take a part of their lived experience and their identity, and to treat them differently because of that, negatively. I think that that's the distinction there.
You're a vile, evil bigot. That's bullcrap.
Who, and by the way, this is so fucking stupid. Who is saying if you don't promote trans people that you are a bigot? I think like the thing that people are more concerned with is if you are actively trying to harm the trans community. Now, that doesn't mean that you're abstemious or you abstaining from promoting or whatever signaling support for these groups. No one's saying like abstaining from that is the same as being a bigot. I think there's a lot of people that try to encourage others to support these communities, but like no one's saying that you're a bigot if you like don't promote it. It's more so like you're a bigot if you're a bigot. You're a bigot if you think like it's degeneracy to be gay, trans, whatever, right? I think that's a meaningful distinction too.
Don't accept it, push back against it, embrace tradition. That's the thing. But that's what Disney's trying to do. They are trying to normalize.
By the way, and they won't say this, embracing tradition in this guy's mind is excluding trans and gay people from media, including children's media, because that's the traditional value. Traditional values include bigotry and discrimination against gay and trans people. So, yeah, he's on one hand saying you shouldn't treat people differently, whatever, and on the other hand, advocating for traditionalist values, which in turn suppress and marginalize gay and trans people and whatever.
To influence kids, and this is why there's an issue for conservative parents like me between, say, a straight kiss and a gay kiss.
Oh God, how did they drag this on for so long?
Relationship I want to, not only because it is normal.
Yeah, see, he said it. Actually, he admitted it there. It's normal. It's normal. So that is to imply it is normal for gay or for straight people to kiss in front of children. That's normal. What is abnormal is if gay people are kissing in front of children. That is the abnormality there. So what he's alluding to here is a Nazi is really just a Nazi talking point. The idea of there being a natural law and that deviation from such a natural law is to corrupt society, and gay people gay people are a deviation from this natural law, so therefore they are corrupting society. They are a social contagion. This is fundamentally like just a regurgitation of Nazi, talking points.
Guess what? The normal biological, relationship between
the
human race is men and women. We're biological.
Biological essentialism here.
Literally made to go.
Literally, men have peepees and women have vaginas, and I have to put the peepee in the vagina. It's like nature, bro. Even though humans have been having anal sex for as long as humans have been around, including between men.
Together. Okay.
Oh, by the way, this is an appeal to nature because he's using biology and biological essentialism to justify, whether implicitly or explicitly, the subjugation of gay people.
That is the normal state of biology and reality. Okay.
What?
That's it. All right.
It's also a fundamental state of reality that you're a dumb fuck.
And so that should be taught to kids. Absolutely. Like I said.
Wait, by the way, it already is being taught to kids. Like, heterosexual relationships are ubiquitous in children's media. This is already being taught to children, and has been for as long as media has been around.
It's this lie about this must be done, otherwise people won't be treated fairly. That's bullcrap. No, people can be treated fairly under law and all that stuff. And the fact that they are so aggressive and like crazy aggressive against any resistance to that.
Do you think that this guy, by the way, is going to like define what grooming is and how it applies to Disney here? Because I like grooming is a specific term, right? And he is alleging that Disney is doing so. So I would love to see some examples here and for him to define it.
And calling them vile bigots, homophobes, all that stuff goes to show you that no. This isn't about just equality, all right? It's about supremacy. They want power. They want to subvert
what?
Many traditional values. Because this is what confuses me. If they want acceptance, why aren't they pushing for acceptance, but they're pushing for promotion to encourage more people? And it's not about embracing who you really are, okay? They want people who aren't like only the slightest gender dysphoria, the slightest same-sex attraction. They want them to just embrace it whole. Like, what if it was...
Wait, no. What they're so first off, who is they? If they is referring to Disney, then I'm gonna need a source. But also, anyone who is experiencing slight dysphoria, gender dysphoria, people, first off, if you're experiencing slight gender dysphoria, it's typical for you to not really communicate that to most people, I think, especially within our own society right now, at least in the United States. But additionally, even if they did reach out to a loved one who was more sympathetic, I feel like most reasonable people would say like, yeah, okay, how long have you been experiencing this? And do you feel comfortable doing this and that? And they would just be more. I feel like generally, people would just be like, yeah. They would just say, hey, look, if you want to explore it, go ahead. If you don't, then that's fine too. Like, it would be more laissez-faire, I think. So I don't know what he's. And by the way, I think he is referring specifically to Disney here, but again, I don't see evidence of this.
Was only like the slightest small bit. Technically, doesn't.
It's like he's just rambling at this point.
No, embrace it. I mean, the fact that they tried to accuse me, a straight man, of saying that I find gay sex repulsive as homophobic.
Dude, usually it is a strong correlation. Yeah, 100%, 100%, yeah. Especially since this guy was appealing to nature earlier about like, yeah.
It's like
usually there's a strong correlation between being homophobic and saying that two men having sex is repulsive. I don't know. I mean, there seems to be some overlap there.
What are you trying to do then? Okay, because the reverse isn't true. Like if a gay person found straight sex repulsive, that's fine, but it's the reverse. So it's not about equality and equal treatment.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's the heterosexuals who are the truly they're the victims in all of this. Yeah, 100%.
It's about promotion and pushing something further. That I need to be okay with gay sex.
And it's funny actually.
Well, no, you don't have to be okay with it. It's just the way you react to it. Like if you react to it so inflammatory and you react to it in a way that is like indicative of some broader disgust because of your intrinsic, it's like more of an intrinsic thing, then there is some signs that like, I don't know, maybe you are homophobic. I mean, it's something maybe to reflect on, but yeah.
Someone commented on that.
Like when I say okay, it's like people have free choice. They can do what they want. When they say okay, they're okay for me is that I could have it thrown in my face, and if I had any normal reaction, like any normal straight person,
this seems like a lot of cry bullying, in my opinion.
That's literally saying there is something wrong with being straight. You are bad for being straight. Just having.
Wait, no, that's not saying the same thing. Yeah, like it's not. So calling someone a homophobe because they outwardly and inflammatorily express disgust with gay sex, it's not the same as saying that it's wrong for like heterosexuals to have sex. I don't know. Those are two different statements yet again. But he's drawing a connection between the two for some reason.
Normal straight reaction to that. Wrong. Sorry, I did cut you off. What you're saying.
Someone said something really interesting. They said anything sexual where there isn't any attraction is repulsive. So kids younger and stuff, when they think of sex, they go, "Oh, that's gross, disgusting."
Yeah.
And so
guess what?
Lines up with your thing being
people sucking on feet and trying to feet. I get the same reaction. Of course,
if you're not attracted to it.
Are we really comparing foot fetishes with homosexuality? Like it's a fetish thing, not a sexual orientation? Are we really like that fucking stupid? Wow. All right then.
You're gonna find it disgusting.
That is normal. Yet people.
It's normal to be disgusted against gay people. That's normal, bro. It's just the natural law, bro. Definitely not homophobic, by the way.
Literally attacked me as being a homophobe for just stating a blatant fact, and that shows.
Wait, but you didn't state a fact. You stated an opinion. You said that you're disgusted by gay sex. That's an opinion, not a fact.
The bias and the agenda. because that would only be the case if there is an agenda on display.
No,
where
I
they
wouldn't.
don't want equal treatment or acceptance, they want embracement. Okay, they want it to actually be.
So to explain really briefly, because like anyone watching this is far more intelligent than these two people seem to be. So first off, there's no grooming taking place with Disney. The only reason why there's a bunch of outcry right now is because they were condemning the Don't Say Gay bill in Florida, and has resulted in a firestorm among conservatives, and they believe foolishly that there is grooming taking place with Disney among your children watching Disney. So what's actually happening is that Disney is shifting its marketing and has been trying to adjust its media so as to provide additional or further representation among the LGBTQ plus community. Now, this could be done for a couple of reasons. The main one could be that it's expanding the market, because it's not just appealing to gay and trans people, but they're not just appealing to that demographic by doing this. They're also appealing to liberals and people who value egalitarianism. So this is a calculated decision from Disney, and I mean, hey, look, as a private business in the free market, I think it's their prerogative. If that's their prerogative, rather, then by all means they should undertake that. But I do think that it is valuable and good for society for there to be additional representation of trans and gay people. I think that's totally fine. Of course, this guy will disagree with me because he's homophobic and holds traditional values, and that's just there is a disagreement there. But I don't know. It seems like the vibe so far throughout this video is just him really. I don't know. He seems like very concerned about the like showing representation of certain people. I don't know. I think he's just like intrinsically disgusted by the existence of gay people, and that's bothering him a lot.
Pushed further. Why? Look, the people have been trying to subvert their nuclear family for ages. Okay, there is a lot of subtext and reasons for all this. We won't go into that. We're just sharing it is happening. You can see the blatant contradictions on this.
So this is kind of interesting, actually. The video began being a little bit abstract, right? Like I was, right? It was beginning to be a little abstract in the beginning, but now it's shifting a little bit more mask off. I don't know how far this goes. I guess we'll see. We still have another. We're only like almost halfway through the video, so I don't know.
Display, and Disney is like they are open about it. Admittedly, they celebrate it.
They think, and by the way, they think this is like a gotcha or something. Like they're like, oh yeah, they admitted it that they're promoting and injecting gay agendas into their media. I mean, and I think that the thing they're usually the proof of this is just one producer from Lightyear saying that, yeah, if I had the choice, I would represent non-binaries and our media if we could. This is of course not speaking holistically of Disney. This is more of like an isolated thing. And even if this was admitted by Disney, I would say that's based. That's cool. I think it's good for non-binaries and gay people to be represented, even in children's media. I think it's a net positive for society.
To the point where they want to rate parents, you're bigoted, you're homophobic. If you encourage any traditional lifestyle, that's all bigoted and homophobic.
I mean, to some extent, kind of, because traditionalist values are predicated on the exclusion of certain groups of people based upon their identity, right? Like traditionalist values is intrinsically against gay people, is intrinsically against trans people. So yeah, to some extent, it is actually. Now you can be a little bit more open about this bigotry. I mean, that can vary from person to person, but I think more or less, yeah, traditionalist values is intrinsically bigoted.
So much so that we're going to force it try and get it under the radar, try and do it blatantly sometimes, and hide it and squeeze it in. And like, for instance, the Baymax show.
Wait, I just noticed a contradiction here. So they say that they're trying to do it subtly just now, but at the same time, he said that they were open about it, right? Because he said that they have openly admitted that they're doing this. So I don't know if these two claims can coexist with one another.
Sorry, is for example, like, I don't really. Also, they're
Oh yeah,
to
they're talking about
sexualize
Baymax now.
kids at shockingly early ages. When I say sexualize, exposing
Oh, here we
kids
go.
to adult concepts of puberty and sexuality way before.
Puberty isn't necessarily sexual. It does. I mean, during puberty, your sexual organs do develop. This is of course the case, but I don't know if that's necessarily sexual.
They should be exposed to it. Okay.
Wait, what did he say?
Well, exposing kids to adult concepts of puberty and sexuality way before they should be exposed to it.
Okay, so what age? What
if
age?
A kid is even taught about sex much earlier than what they're ready to, that legitimately increases.
What is it? Wait, what does it mean by when they're ready to?
Likelihood of them indulging in those activities early on because they're familiar and they know what's going on or even how to do it.
No, this is this is an unacceptable line of reasoning. So it's actually beneficial for children to learn at an early age. I don't really know the exact age, but at an early age where it is in fact safe for these children to be taught, not graphically, but at least explained rather, sex and shit relating to that, because a lot of children can be taken advantage of from adults and authority figures, and it's important for them to recognize and report and identify these forms of sexual exploitation and abuse. Additionally, it's important for them to recognize the signs leading to grooming. That way they can understand, hey, this is making me feeling uncomfortable. This is not right, so I am going to report this or whatever, right? Maybe I'll mention it to someone. There's going to be plenty of children also who are just too embarrassed to say something, whatever. But I think it's important for them to be exposed to it so as to prevent them being sexually exploited by authority figures. So, yeah, I think that's totally fine. In fact, it should be encouraged. Now, the extent to which it should be encouraged within children's media, I don't know if children's media is necessarily the most appropriate medium for that. You could probably make informative, commercials or whatever, right? That caters to children. But by and large, I think this should be taught by their parents or a very trusted adult. I think that would be more appropriate. But nonetheless, I don't think it's necessarily harmful for these children to be exposed to hey, like the Baymax commercial. Maybe they'll show it, maybe they won't. But having children exposed to their changing bodies, right? I think that could be informative to some degree. But it has to be screened and determined to be appropriate for children and all that stuff, of course. But no, fundamentally, I think it's totally fine for children to be taught sex ed at an early age for the reasons I outlined.
Okay. There's a reason why you teach kids about this stuff when the stuff starts to naturally manifest normally. If you inject it earlier...
Notice the terminology he's using again. Inject. He's using that word specifically to invoke a certain feeling. What that feeling is, I'll let you guys figure that out.
They want to sexualize kids earlier. This is...
Teaching children sex ed is not the same as sexualizing them. Those are fundamentally different things. In fact, teaching children sex ed can be beneficial insofar as preventing them from being sexualized, just because there are authority figures who do exploit children. And if they're being exploited sexually, then they are being sexualized. And also, it's not even just pure, sexual exploitation in that regard. It's also like grooming too. So it's just beneficial for everyone, especially the children, to be taught what is and isn't appropriate. That's all I'm saying.
This is why people get accused of being groomers and stuff, because the sexual...
All right, this is taking a little longer than I thought. I didn't expect this guy to be as insane as I thought, so I'm going to speed it up a little bit.
Fertilization of kids at a young age is terrible, and the fact that kids are having sex at a younger age is horrifyingly bad.
Wait, what age is okay? Yeah, I agree. Children having sex at a young. I agree that children. You know what? I'll give you this. Okay, children having sex at a young age. That's fucking disgusting. Yes, 100%. But where is this? What age is that, by the way? I'm just curious.
Okay. Oh my goodness, early pregnancy, unwanted pregnancy, and all that stuff. This is not good for individuals and societies in any measure. Like, it's actually important for society.
Yeah, but what does early pregnancy mean? Does it mean 16? Does it mean 18? Does it mean 20? Like, what is that referring to? I mean, I don't know what this guy defines as a child. I don't know.
If you want a better society, lesser unwanted pregnancies, more stable households, to have stable incomes.
Wait, dude, if this guy is advocating, is this guy really okay? If he doesn't want unplanned pregnancies, then I expect logically this would have to be the case if he's consistent, that he would be in support of free access to contraception, and also he should be pro-abortion or pro-choice. These are things that he should be in favor of if he's actually against unwanted pregnancies.
Like, literally, if you want.
But something tells me this guy is pro-life. I don't know. There's some vibes I'm getting that he would be in opposition to that.
Better tax revenue, even back to then, to have like stability, all that stuff in society. It goes back to finishing school, not getting pregnant before you're ready, like they're ready and everything like that, having a full-time job and all that stuff, and you can avoid poverty in so many ways to do that. And if you have a society of most people avoiding poverty, guess what? The society flourishes as a result. These are broad, overarching effects that are happening. Sorry, do you look like you're going to say something?
But how does this relate to Disney? That's what I want to know.
Having realization moments here.
Truth bombs, baby.
Can we tie this back to Disney though?
This is absolutely true.
Please.
And so, if you want to benefit just society, you.
Oh shit! They're.
I would like to tell you.
I'm getting blue balled over here, keeping in suspense. All right, let's do it.
Encouraging, basically, abstinence until you're ready to have children. At the very least, I'm more traditional. Abstinence.
Oh shit! This guy is a fucking idiot. Yeah, abstinence is totally ineffective. 100%. Yeah. What's more effective is teaching children safe sex. It is also important to, and just not just teaching them that, but like having free access to contraception. Because I don't know if you guys know this. All right, as someone who has gone through a male puberty, I was very horny. I mean, to some extent, I still am, but very horny as a teenager, and I think it would be due diligence for these, especially men, to have be taught safe sex, like just like what are the precautions, what STDs are, shit like that, some basics, right? And also, let's start teaching guys like female anatomy. It seems like a lot of men don't like know the female body at all. It's actually kind of embarrassing.
Before marriage, and practice what I preach. Did not have sex until I was married, and I have been blessed so much as a result. Okay.
That's, by the way, I mean, hey, look, if that's your prerogative, that's totally fine. Just usually when people say I don't have sex before marriage, it just comes. It's like there's a lot of religiosity associated with that. That seems pretty cucked to me. Again, that's just my opinion. But hey, look, if that makes you happy, then Godspeed.
And at the very least, you should not be having these types of sexual relationships with anyone unless you're prepared to have children with them. Because guess what?
Oh, dude, he's saying basically what I was saying earlier about the abortion shit. Yeah, like conservatives don't want women, or anyone rather, to be having sex unless it is for the sole purpose of having children. That is why they're against the contraception thing. So I would assume that this guy would also be against contraception, which would be, of course, invalidate his prior claims earlier.
Sometimes protection contraception doesn't work. You need to. That is the real reality of these things. And if you are teaching.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry, I missed that.
Having these types of sexual relationships with anyone, unless you're prepared to have children with them. Because guess what? Sometimes protection contraception doesn't work. You need.
Birth control is like 98% effective, 99%. Add in like condoms, which I mean condoms aren't perfect, obviously. So I think there's like an 80% prevention rate. But like birth control. Condoms, those are pretty effective. I would only say that a marginal amount of the time it results, shit happens and a woman gets pregnant, unfortunately. But yeah.
That is the real reality of these things. And if you are teaching sexual just because it's fun, get into it, especially kids at shockingly young ages, one, I think you're encouraging pedophilia.
Wait, no one's doing that. No one's talking to children about sex because it's fun. Does he know that like people are uncomfortable talking about sex to like you know, even teenagers, like to like younger people? Like that's why a lot of like parents don't even have the talk with their kids because like it's like awkward and shit. Yeah, this is not happening at all.
Okay, like what, encouraging kids to have understand sex and then be exposed to sex and actually at a younger. Okay.
Wait, that was a completely disjointed like argument there. He like fell apart in real time. Oh my god. Holy shit. He's like a Jenga tower. He just fell over. There's like no like he didn't even there was no resolution at that point.
And it's not okay that kids are doing it with each other as well. 14-year-olds should not be freaking having sex. But by exposing these adult concepts to them early on, it is grooming. That's why conservatives are pushing back against this.
Yeah, I think I would have to think about this a little more, but I don't know if like sex is inherently an adult thing because like depending on what you define as a kid, okay. Let's say like teenagers, for example. Like plenty of teenagers think about like especially men think about sex. It's as natural to us as human beings as drinking and sleeping, right? So I don't think it's necessarily inappropriate to educate children on safe sex, educate them on anatomy and things like that. Those are very, very like basic, like, you know, relevant things for any human to know. Yeah.
And so in Baymax, they have
but I don't think it's like inherently adult. I don't know.
Around the context of a girl having a period. Okay, 6-year-old is going to be watching like, okay, and then it's like, what's a period? What's it related to? Snowball effects, of course.
Wait, yeah. What's wrong with that? If a girl, you know, has her first period and she's like, what's this? And then it snowballs into other shit. Yeah, that's totally fine. I mean, like it's obviously you don't have to get graphic. You can talk about sex not in a graphic manner. But it's important for like children if they are curious and they ask you, you know, yeah, just tell them, but in a non-graphic, you know, light.
And there are heaps of gay relationships as well. There's one that's saying, and then there's about tampons and stuff. And this is just one thing against the whole larger thing.
You can see how much it's progressed because you look at like
So what?
6, the first movie. There wasn't anything. There wasn't even any romances really in that movie. There was nothing. And now Baymax's TV show, every second episode, it's just all about sex.
Seriously, what's their thought process? I think we should have a whole episode framed around the concept of a girl having her period. Why is it like? Do you think parents are not going to be teaching girls about that when it's their appropriate time and prepare?
No, actually, plenty of parents typically avoid having the talk with their children. Now that's not obviously like all the time. But yeah, I think generally speaking, like I think most parents are uncomfortable having that discussion with their children.
Why does Disney think it's their responsibility to even raise the concepts? It should.
Well, Disney is this just sort of signals the smooth brain here of this man. Disney is making a calculated risk, or I don't even know if it's like a risk, but like they're making a business decision to approve an episode pertaining to, you know, a girl's period. Now this is to reach out. You know, I mean, this is a business decision because being a business means that any decision you make is a business decision. Okay, and if they're doing this or they're approving this episode, then obviously they think that it would be beneficial to them in the long term or in the short term to be airing such an episode. Now, obviously, people are people make mistakes, of course, and sometimes decisions are made based upon irrationality or whatever. But like, I think like it's okay. I don't think that episode is necessarily inappropriate or even like grooming. It's just like educational, right? I haven't seen the episode. I have seen a clip of it, but I don't think that's bad. And plus, as a parent, as a parent, if you don't want them to watch that episode or that TV show, then don't let them watch it. It's totally fine. I mean, hey, look, no one's putting a gun to your head and saying, hey, you better watch this Baymax episode. Like, no, like, if you don't want to watch it, don't watch it.
Shouldn't be. And the fact
it's the responsibility of the parent for them to like he's framing it like it's like Disney is pretending that it's their responsibility to do XYZ, but it's actually the parents' responsibility. The parents are the one, like the only way children can be exposed to the media in the first place is if the parents allow it. So it's really the parents' responsibility as to what their child is exposed to.
That they are so arrogant to think that, oh, this is like kids need. It's not your place, Disney. Freaking know your role. To the point where
he's telling me, ooh boy, I am shaken. Also, it is arrogant of it's actually arrogant of you because you think that your traditional values should supersede any of the like you should your traditional values should supersede everything else. That's really more arrogance reflected upon you than it is Disney. Which, by the way, Disney isn't like again putting a gun to your head saying, like, watch this episode, right? You can just not watch it.
Disney is garbage. Parents should not let your kids watch this crap. And I'm just like, no, like, and there are some.
That's fine, but if the only reason why you are against Disney is because they're educating children about a very real thing that happens with girls, yeah, I don't know. That seems pretty weird.
Old school Disney things that are still good, that actually share traditional values and uplifting and stuff. Back when Disney had a soul.
Yeah, back in the day when fucking Daffy Duck was wearing like swastikas, and back in the day when you know, like back in those days, right? Back in the good old Disney days, where you know, anti-Semitism and shit was ubiquitous within their media. Yeah, those are the good old days, dude.
Yeah,
had tradition. There was a social norm that was a bit more traditional.
Yeah, but there are some great old school Disney stuff that I still want my kids to, you know, experience and enjoy. Like, my daughter loves princesses, and I want to see princesses be saved by princes. And, you know,
Cool.
things that teach girls to be girls, boys to be boys, and to embrace these wonderful things because it's wonderful. Women are amazing, men are amazing. And
Imagine, this is such a non-argument. Like, this is like, who cares? If you don't want your child exposed to something, again, you as a parent can control what they watch. Apparently, he doesn't really do a good job of it because his child was able to scroll through Netflix, and I guess seems to be deeply traumatized by this. But it's your responsibility. It's not like Disney isn't pretending to be responsible for this. It's like, no, dude, you control what your child watches.
they do amazing things for each other and society. And I don't think women, so much often, the narrative is that women need to act more like men because being a woman is enough. And I find that so insulting to women. No, being like, and men are.
I think I've ever heard that phrase before in my entire existence. But if I were to dissect it really quickly, I would say that might just be a matter of saying women need to be, they need to be more exploratory in their gender, just by virtue of the fact that femininity is usually associated strongly with sexuality and reclusiveness and shit like that, right? And what women should do is be more aggressive and demanding and adopt more masculine traits. I think that would be a more accurate reading here. I have never heard this phrase before, so I could be totally wrong. But yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with like women, who want to be masculine and controlling and shit like that, as long as they're not like harming other people or whatever.
Toxic and bad, and they need to act like women. Okay, and they're seeing this shift, and that's terrible. It's messing up people's heads. And the fact is,
wait, how is it messing up people's heads? How exactly? And what is the criteria for a head being messed up? What does that even mean?
Kids to love who they are and boys to love being boys, girls to love being girls, growing up to be mothers and fathers, and they would be happy. And of course, there's going to be exceptions, okay? But that doesn't mean the exception needs to be.
Man, conservatives say socialists are like utopian shit, but like this is some actual unironic utopian shit. Like, yeah, if girls act like girls and boys be boys, like everyone lives happily ever after. Like, yeah, okay, like that's not an accurate reflection of reality at all. Also, it's worth noting that the suicide rates and the rates of depression in 1950s America for women were fucking high, dude. They're like sky high, dude. A lot of this can be attributed to patriarchy, toxic masculinity and the role that women played in during that time period. So that is a that's something worth keeping in mind, I guess. But these guys don't give a fuck about the welfare of women. They really don't. They more care about like instilling traditional values for the sake of it.
Be imposed on everyone else. And when there's exception, you embrace and you love them as you always would, especially as a parent.
Okay.
Disney's friggin' vile these days. And it's not only Disney.
Is there like...
Look at Netflix.
Do we get into anything more substantive?
Channels and TV shows and whatever else.
Whatever
Disney
else.
wants to raise your kids. Don't let them. Don't let them get away.
Again, this was not proven, by the way. This claim was not proven that Disney wants to raise your kids. As a business, they're making a decision to represent a certain group of people more often than not. But that's not the same thing as wanting to raise your kids. Wanting implies that they have a desire to take care of your children. I mean, this is so fucking stupid. I can't even believe I'm going way beyond what I should be, like dissecting their arguments here. It's fucking retarded, yeah.
And it would be to the point now that if I wasn't a reviewer, I would I'd subscribe, delete it all. You even get off Disney Plus completely.
Yeah, they're not getting my money anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is also why streaming is a bit crap, because if the classic DVDs, and we've got the DVDs, it's like you can get all the good classics and you don't have to be exposed to the crap. And hey, if you want to watch a good classic, old school, family-friendly Disney thing, there's a DVD right there. And Disney has been changing problematic elements in their old school media and stuff. Yeah. You get the classic as it was meant to be. Because usually their problematic things is their woke agenda saying, oh, this is bad and all that crap.
Yeah, woke agenda. Yeah, dude. These guys just look. He said it himself, but I guess it bears repeating. He believes in traditional values. He is against. He is repulsed by gay people. He doesn't believe that gays or trans people should be represented within media, and he thinks that showing this representation is the same thing as grooming your child. This is beyond. This is like mental illness, honestly. Like to have such beliefs, it would honestly require, I would say, some form of cognitive disability, because like the level of the degree to which this person is not critically thinking about shit, it's truly remarkable. I don't know if it's that or if it's just a matter of he's principally against the idea of egalitarianism, but man, these beliefs. And it's funny because he says, hey, you know what, do what you want, I don't care. But at the same time, he actually does care, because he himself has stated that he wants to instill traditional values within his child. So he does care. But he goes back and forth. There's a lot of contradictions I've noticed within this video. Oh God, let's just finish it.
But it shows, I watched Swiss Family Robinson Treehouse. The old school one, I didn't even know was a remake of a black and white one.
All right.
They're getting shipwrecked, right? And the mother's like, I need help to get onto the boat. Help me, Joe. There's a moment where the two brothers want to...
Is the rest of this just talking about old, back in the day when racism was more was more accepted?
That would be the reality.
Like the good old days? Is that what this is?
Like anacondas and stuff.
Literally.
Men, be a man and be a gentleman. Treat women with respect, okay? Open the door for them to...
It's not manly to treat women with respect. That's not a manly thing. That's like a human thing. And by the way, you should treat everyone with respect. But that's not inherently gendered. That's just as a human being, you should be doing this.
All the stuff, because the genders are different, all right? And there's a responsibility that exists with men because men are bigger and stronger. And as a result...
Wait, dude, are you sure about that? There are some women out there that are jacked, okay? That could beat my ass up, that's for damn sure. I don't know about that, dude.
Bear the heavier burden sometimes. It might not be fair, but we can handle it better. That's your role as a man. Be a man and sacrifice. And that's the fundamental themes between both femininity and masculinity.
Oh, here we go.
It's actually sacrifice to perform the roles that you are capable of doing better because of your inherent natures as either a man or a woman. And men, when it's protecting, providing, you will sacrifice and do that. Lift the heavier box, open the jars, open the doors. But those are just small reflections of a larger obligation for men to step up and do what really needs to be done when the Titanic is sinking and you protect the most vulnerable among us.
Yeah, so this is inherently a patriarchal way of thinking. It's also adjacently related to Nazi during during the Nazi regime, women were you know were only served, their only purpose that they necessarily served was to do more like clerical shit, but also just to have babies with the men, and it was just a barefoot and pregnant way of, that's what they wanted. So that's kind of like the thing that he's advocating for here. Not really subtle, I would say.
And for women, it's a matter of sacrifice as well, in creating environments that nurture life and making sacrifices to help do that because they do it so much better than men.
This is, of course, nonsensical and unscientific. Women aren't naturally better at child rearing, or excuse me, they're not naturally better at taking care of children. This is factually incorrect. But I mean, like, look, empiricism isn't necessarily important to conservatives. They care more about how things should be for the sake of them being that way. They believe in traditional values, of course, and women have roles, men have roles, and they need to ascertain those roles in society. Any deviation from said roles is degenerate. So, but yeah, the idea that women are naturally better at taking care of children is laughable and unscientific.
Not only actually just nurturing real life, the life that they're able of creating, but creating environments in which life can flourish. Okay, women, there's actually generally a trend that women are better psychologists than men because they're better at listening or things like that. They can be great like authors. Women, like, look at Jane Austen, because they're...
This is all, by the way, this is all like reductive. Like, women are better at this than men. Men are better at this than women. Like, this is reductive. Like, to the point of being honestly like bigoted.
Understanding of human character nature. One of the most amazing things that amazes me about Jane Austen, Pride and Prejudice, is her understanding of character. Like, she understands experience. Oh, man.
Anything
Mr.
else?
Collins.
Any other memes?
Mr. Collins is amazing in Pride and Prejudice. But men sacrifice to provide and protect, and women sacrifice to nurture and grow life. Those are our roles. And boy,
yeah, again, he believes that these roles are enshrined by nature. That's the important thing to remember here. That he thinks that these roles were enshrined by God and nature, and that's just the way it is. And any deviation from such, filling out those roles is like I said, degenerate. That's basically what we're going on about here. It seems like we're talking in circles, though.
Like, there's this almost biologically thing encoded in me.
Oh shit!
Release endorphins, happiness, chemical. I don't know, but when I fill that role, I feel amazing. Like, when I can look at my domain, my home, really, and see a secure home that I've been able to provide for my wife and children, holy crap, it means the world to me. Is it like I'm sacrificing to do that? Okay, but
how are you sacrificing?
She's holding this little one. She just, like, when she has, when our children are young, and just holding.
All right, we're just circle jerking here. Is there anything else here worth looking at?
Which, like, you can apply that outside of just the situation. Things.
This guy barely talked, by the way.
Look at modern media, right? Where they're hiring people not based on talent, but on agenda, and they're just delivering garbage as a result, and they're going under.
Well, wait, are we talking about affirmative action? What are we talking about now?
As well. Okay, so it's all tied together, and it wraps up in that takeaway message is they want to subvert that. They hate those things because of, and it's all a power game at the end, because they want power. People who are not able to succeed in traditional ways because usually their own, failings and stuff. So they'll claim to be victims. They'll claim there's this thing, and then they want power out of subversive ways. And
hasn't this guy been claiming to be a victim the entire video by saying that Disney wants to raise your children? Like like he's claiming victim to those who subscribe to his ideology. Like he's laying bare the response, the attack against people like him to Disney because they show two people kissing, like same-sex couple kissing. Is that what we're going off of here?
Yeah, that's the whole push. Don't let them get away with it.
Awesome, cool beams. All right, so the beginning of this video, I discussed how we were going to analyze, I suppose, the ways in which that they try to pull people to the alt-right pipeline. I think to a certain extent that was I feel like pretty well demonstrated. This video, there's a lot of straw mans, obviously, but additionally, I think, I don't know. I mean, like, this guy clearly believes what he says. There's no doubt about that. But at the same time, like, it does seem nefarious, right? Because like the extent to which we are like some of the language he has been using, like the injection, for example, the agenda, and these loaded terms. It's to elicit a specific feeling. That feeling being that there is a conspiracy that Disney is attempting to groom your children, that they are attempting to instill a transgender ideology, whatever the case may be. Now that's the purpose of using this loaded language. Now some of the topics in which they some of the topics that they discussed, like I don't know, it just seems like this entire video was just like straw manning shit and a lot of contradictions and shit like that. But at the end of the day, this kind of shit can be dangerous because like look at the other videos seem innocent enough, right? But like I feel like if I like actually went in and like started listening to shit like this, it would be probably some dog whistles here and there for sure. Especially with like this video, Like Your Bombs. I guarantee there'll be like, I don't know, there's probably some shit in there that's dog whistly, I would say. But yeah, this is just more blatant, honestly. And again, and this is all just like a moral panic. Disney, all they did was like criticize the Don't Say Gay bill, and it's like showing like a same-sex couple kissing. Like, okay, these people are such crybabies, dude. Like they think like it's the end of Western civilization because like some people are, I don't know, there's like representation of like a marginalized group. I don't know. Now it's fine. Like again, I said this before, but I will say it again. It's fine if you don't like Disney. However, if you don't like Disney for the reason that they are diversifying and showing a same-sex couple kissing, if that is your issue with them, then this is indicative of a maybe an implicit bigotry on that person's behalf, because there isn't really any reason to have an issue with that. Fundamentally, I don't give a fuck if people are gay. I don't give a fuck if people are transgender. To me, it's a matter of treating these groups with respect as you would with anyone else, but also giving them the ability to live the life they want freely without fear of, discrimination or interpersonal violence or shit like that. But the society that this guy wants to cultivate is one where it is to the exclusion of these groups of people, because as he has mentioned, he thinks that like this representation is damaging to children. That like children. He also says some sussy shit too about like sex ed. Like children being exposed to like sexual education is like sexualizing them, or I don't know what exactly, but like yeah, it was just a matter of like just being intrinsically or reactionary impulsed or repulsed rather to by children learning about sexual shit, I guess. I mean, I already went over all that, but I think this can like funnel people to the alt-right. It's pretty dangerous because they use like, all you have to do is like use some dog whistles and like throw that into an otherwise well-meaning video, and like you're like subtly priming the audience to think in a certain way. Now with my channel, I'm very upfront with my beliefs. I don't try to like subtly bait them into my shit, right? Now, with respect, they were honest in this video, of course. They were just more blatant about it. But I feel like, and I don't know this for sure, so I could be just talking out my ass, but I feel like if you went into some of these other videos, especially the Like Your one, you're probably going to have some dog whistles. 100%, I think. And the way that this guy is expressing his passion about this, seems to me that there is a high likelihood of his messaging being, integrated into the videos. But maybe I'm wrong. I could be just totally wrong. But regardless, that video was pretty bad. Like, yeah, I don't know, dude. Whew, boy. Anyway, God, I need a fucking cap break. Hold on, let me go bring my kitty over. Charlie says hi. Charlie, do you say hi? He's looking for an escape route. Ah. Let me see if I can get my dog up here. Hold on. Jack, come here. Come here. Oh, come here. Okay. This is my Shih Tzu Maltese. He's a beautiful boy. And I think he sees something that I don't. What do you see? What do you see? Mwah. He is like the cutest fucking dog, I swear. I have another one sitting on a chair next to me. Say hi to the people. You looking for mommy? He's like, I don't know what he sees. I don't know if it's like a ghost or a reflection or something. Mwah. Alright, why are you shaking? What is wrong with you? It's gonna be okay. What do you see? You see something I don't? Can you sense a ghost in here? What do you see? Ooh, that's a big yawn. That's a big yawn. Mwah. Oh my god. You're so cute though. How do you get so cute? Alright, I'm gonna put you down now. Oh my goodness. I'm getting hungry. Not NGL. Alright, we've been going for almost 4 hours? Holy shit. Like a long stream. Well, I guess we could start wrapping up. I don't know if there's anything else I want to cover. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I know there's like some drama, like I don't know. There's some like drama going on with like my fellow streamers who don't even know I exist. Oh, sorry. Put that low. Okay. God, we've been going for a while. I'm not used to this. My dog is laying really weirdly. Um, Okay. Let's see. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Let's take a look at this video. Okay. PetSmart manager stands up to Carrie Lake supporter. Don't know who that is, but it sounds. Oh, okay. I don't know. Let's just watch.
Flag right there. That flag? What is that?
Flag? I think it's a pride flag.
Can you take it down, please, right now?
For what purpose?
Because it offends me greatly.
Can I get a manager up to the front, please?
Yeah, that stuff is satanic. We can't have that, especially at PetSmart.
What? Flags are satanic now.
Okay.
Ew. Wait, is that what the guy looks like?
Excuse me, what is that flag right there?
That's a pride flag.
Can you take that down, please?
No, PetSmart supports belonging, which includes for LGBT.
Oh, dude, this guy coming up. Okay, my gaydar is sensing that this guy's probably maybe at least maybe bisexual. But what are the odds? Holy shit!
Pedophilia and child sexualization, because that's what that stands for, man. They're sexualizing kids with that flag, man.
Well,
So I feel I'm very offended, and I would like it to be taken down.
Can't this guy just leave?
Well, we're gonna ask.
Respect your customers. Respect your customers, and please take it down.
Well, we are going to. We are supportive of LGBTQ plus people here, so we're gonna have to ask you to leave.
Do you know what the real? That's the rainbow of Satan. The real rainbow is from God. The real rainbow is from God, man.
Why is this guy talking? Okay, I am so fucking like 1,000 IQ because I can tell just from the way this guy speaks that like he has probably watched some Jordan or some not Jordan Peterson, some Jesse Lee Peterson, 100%. Just like the way he talks and the word choices, like yeah.
That's the rainbow of Satan. So it's very offensive to me.
Very good.
No way this guy doesn't watch JLP.
You don't support it, do you?
I do support it. Yes.
You support sexualization of the children?
LGBTQ.
You know what they're doing to the kids, right? They're
We're asking you to leave.
They're trying to.
So you're breaking the law now because we've asked you to leave.
Why did this guy post this video? He looks so bad.
They're sexualizing kids with that propaganda. It's disgusting. Our country is going downhill because of it.
We're asking you to leave.
Wow, Petco sexualizes kids. They support the sexualization of kids.
Look at this fucking disgusting degenerate. Holy fuck. And he has the audacity. Look at this mustache. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, but like when you start to say insane and bigoted shit like he has, I feel like it is totally like he doesn't actually care, by the way. He's trying to get like, I don't know, publicity or just like be insane in public for some reason. When you say shit like that, you are I think yeah. I think it could be somewhat justified here.
Kids. Wow. Yeah, this you guys.
Again, why has he posted this?
Pride flag, which is satanic.
Okay, you gotta go, bud. Come on. We don't need it here, and you don't need to film me either. It's cool, but we don't need it. I mean, you want to stand outside, that's cool, but we don't need it. And
Okay.
yeah, we're gonna have the pride flag up. We have it all over our store.
Okay. So you guys support the sexualization of kids?
It's not gonna get into
You guys
so
support
you could,
sexualizing kids?
You could go. You can go. I can call
Shame
the
on
police.
you. Shame on you. Shame on you guys. Seriously.
Okay, that's
Shame.
cool.
Oh man, this guy's a pussy. He should have stayed and waited until the police got here. Ooh.
Well, thank you. I appreciate
Shame on
you.
Petco.
I appreciate. This is Pet.
Dude, okay. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Yep. Oh, dude, is this the same guy? Wait, hold on. I think I remember this video. Let me just watch it again.
You're just an asshole.
No,
you
you're
can
wearing a
donate
mask.
$50 and I'll let you go.
Dude, anybody that wears a mask is a traitor to the United States.
What the fuck are you talking about,
You're
bro?
a traitor to freedom across the world.
People are not
Dude,
comfortable
kids,
talking to you if you don't have a mask on. It's my job.
Look, kids get expelled from school if they don't wear masks.
I don't give a shit. I'm not in school.
That's cheating, man. You're abusing little kids. So you're enabling that, bro.
Whatever, bro.
How does it feel? How does it feel to be a tyrant, bro?
Hey, bro, don't walk away. I need your name. You can either delete that video or you could donate $50.
This guy's triggered because I
This
feel
guy's
him.
triggered because shut the fuck up, you little bitch.
What are you gonna do about it?
Nothing. I'm not about to assault you and go to jail. I got shit to lose, unlike you. You're out here with no job, just walking around recording people, bitch ass.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, fuck you.
All right.
So you gonna donate or are you gonna sign a
You're
release?
the beta
form?
wearing a mask, dude.
A beta wearing a mask?
Yeah, betas wear masks.
Bro, then why don't you put me in my place? I'm talking to you like an alpha. What
Hey,
you gonna
if
do?
this was like 200 years ago, I would love to, bro. But
That's crazy because
now I
it's
can't.
2021 and you
I
totally could, but you're
We
not.
can't just fight people like on the street.
You're a
I wish
pussy.
We could. I wish we could. Dude.
Pussy. Pussy.
But we can't do
Pussy.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. That's the same dude. Holy shit. It's literally the same guy. How? No fucking, like, ability to self-reflect. Like, damn. How did he think? Hold on. How did he think that this was like a good look? Maybe he has a humiliation fetish or something. I don't. Jesus. That's fucking funny though. He's still like going around. That's crazy though. Like, imagine having that much time on your hands, going around to random stores and filming, and like saying shit like that. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I think we kind of like went over most of the shit for today. Huh. Might have to take my dogs out soon. They're getting pretty restless. Yeah. Oh my god. Wow. All right. Um. Okay. Well, I don't think there's much more to talk about. We could probably just like, I don't know, either play a video game or I don't know. All right, what I'll do now, I'll take a short break, and then when I come back, maybe I'll keep going. Maybe I won't. I don't know. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead. I'm gonna go take my dogs out, and then when I get back, we will, or I will decide what we'll be doing. So hang tight. Okay. We are back live. Whew. Oh, shit. Huh. Hold on, I gotta make a phone. Well, actually, wait. One sec. Right. Okay. All right, I think what we're going to do is end stream now. I apologize for any sort of delay in that, giving you guys that answer. But yeah, you know, it was fun today. And I will see you guys next